If you ain't first, you're last. Exactly. Well, I exist, so that's not possible. I know how to make you not exist here. I can't. What the heck? My heart's beating really fast. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to think, where else did we have a clock? So there's one in the hallway. Back there. Fuck you, chair. I'm the only alien here, frick. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Crazy!
Fuck?
Oh my. Yo, who's squeezy like that, bro?
I love it! Do it again, do it again. But she won't.
Whoa.
I mean, I guess I should just sit on it with my flat ass, right? It's the same thing. Flat book. Anyways, I'm so sorry, guys. That emote is so funny. Oh, you guys are keeping the bees? That's so sweet. That scared the shit out of me. What the fuck? Oh my god, that was hella funny. I'm hopping out of this call so it doesn't just pop in again. But Grassy, holy shit, that dress is freaking crazy. I'd get married in that dress, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. That's so pretty. If you guys are interested in messages, you'll see the version and the IP. Can we live together again? We will find all of the animals again? Yes. And all the diamond armor to the pros with, oh my god. Nina, of course I'll be your Minecraft waifu. I love you so much.
Okay. That's how lonely I am.
You can talk to yourself about it. Oh yeah, fuck.
Yeah, okay, look up and hold space. There you go.
Oh my
What
god.
the hell was that?
Oh my god. See, it's not just me. I don't make weird noises, just not just me. What the hell is that? Namu?
Apparently.
Namu, what the fuck is that? K-Chain, what the fuck is that?
Clown?
Yeah.
Hey, Chin, is that really you?
Granny, win.
Like, actually?
I'm coming
You're
for
not
your
lying?
ass first. You lucky I didn't come for you, even though we were on the same platform.
What the fuck?
I love the wholesome ooh boys.
Ooh.
Oh.
I don't know what noise that was. It's such a chore, like you have to go get the water, then you have to drink it, and then you have to wash the cup after. I was just gonna go
Okay, so
out.
we can go deep. Oh, no! Mina!
A little long, guys. Appreciate your patience. I appreciate it. Mina is my waifu for Laifu. No, I don't think you need the adcom part. Dude, I pressed Q! I'm so mad. I'm just gonna go up and down. Dude, I'm so pissed at this guy. He gets me every single time. It's like...
Alright, give me 30 seconds.
Y'all are funny for doing this. Press space, press space, press space. Space, space, hold space, hold space, hold space, hold space. Space, 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 space. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Oh my god. She died.
Nicole!
Turn it off! It's so... Oh my god!
I need to color correct my screen.
Bitch.
I don't have a backup Pokemon, like... I wasn't ready. I'ma just quit this battle. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's embarrassing.
If you ain't first, you're last. Exactly. Well, I exist, so that's not possible. I know how to make you not exist here.
I'm the only alien here, frick! Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Crazy!
Fuck?
Oh my Yo, who's wheezy like that, bro?
I love it. Do it again. Do it again. Bet you won't.
Whoa!
It's such a chore. Like, you have to go get the water, then you have to drink it, and then you have to wash the cup after.
Alright, give me 30 seconds.
Y'all are funny for doing this. Press space, press space, press space. Space, space, hold space, hold space, hold space, hold space. Space, 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 space. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Oh my god. She died.
Nicole!
Okay.
That's how lonely I am.
You talk to yourself about it. Oh yeah, fuck.
I don't know what noise that was. Turn it off. It's so... Oh my god. I can't. What the heck? My heart's beating really fast. Okay. Dude, I pressed Q! I'm so mad. I'm just gonna go up and down. Dude, I'm so pissed at this guy. He gets me every single time. It's like...
I need to color correct my screen. Bitch. I don't have a backup Pokemon, like... I wasn't ready. I'ma just quit this battle. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's embarrassing.
I love the wholesome ooh boys.
Ooh.
Oh.
I'm trying to think, where else did we have a clock? So there's one in the hallway. Back there. Fuck you, chair. Oh, you guys are keeping the bees? That's so sweet. That scared the shit out of me. What the fuck? Oh my god, that was hella funny. I'm hopping out of this call so he doesn't just pop in again. But Grassy, holy shit, that dress is freaking crazy. I'd get married in that dress, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. That's so pretty. If you guys are interested in...
How's she not dead? Please. Peek? It's not peek.
This is my realm.
I tried to save y'all's ears, but I was too late. Hold on, I need to post this link real quick. I still have like my just waking up voice, so yeah. Let's see. I have to see if I have the game that we wanted to play today as a group. I'm pretty sure I do, but we will see. We'll find out. Okay. Let's go find out. Well, guys. Hope everyone's having a good Monday. It's Monday, right? Yeah. It feels so weird not having to go to work today. And thank you so much, Benji, for the lurk. I appreciate you. Wait, why is this? Okay, there you go. Something like popped out of my Streamlabs. Let me put my audio mixer back. Okay, cool. Nice, nice, nice. We can play music too. I think that'd be pretty sweet. Just give it a second to load up. I'm very not ready. Some people are gonna be late, so in about 30 more minutes, I think. Hopefully it's not too loud for you guys. I'll double check though. Okay, I think we're good. Ah! My bad. My bad. Oops. Accidentally exited out. Fall Guys, what would it be on? Epic Games, I think. Today's stream is gonna be fun. I haven't played with everyone in so long. Pretty sure I have the game. Let me launch Epic Games Launcher. Okay, what's in my library? We should have Fall Guys. Yes, 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 we do. I am gonna try to use a controller, so hopefully I have the right chords for it too. I think we're good. No, wait, this isn't the right one. Where is it? Mm. I'm sorry, plant. I'm sorry. I kept hitting my plant. I wonder if there's any updates for Fantasy Life. I'm still like so excited to play. Those are filled. I do have this one here. Hopefully there's no lag because it's from a outer. Alright, we have a controller plugged in. I have to install it. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. It shouldn't. It should take fairly short. Hi, G-Bro. Welcome in.
Take that, you fuck. Another one up there. Nice.
Look at that. How was your weekend? So far, so good. I literally kind of just woke up. So, yeah. Hope all is great. Everything's really good. Did you have Fall Guys downloaded? Are you gonna be able to play with us today? Fall Guys, I thought you were playing with us. No worries if you can't. I do, I'll probably have to add. Okay, okay. Yeah. Take your time. I know Namu said he's gonna be late too, so I want to learn how to set up my lights to channel points. I need to learn how to do that. I don't know how long it's gonna take to learn. I also want to switch my headset, but I think this headset's or these headphones are going really, really bad. Oh, you have your daughter in the background. You can play. Okay. Awesome. I think we're gonna play in about an hour though. I think people are being a little late today, which is fine. It's a holiday. They deserve to do whatever it is they need to do. Yeah. Yeah, we're still waiting. Honestly, I can go back to bed right now. I'm wondering if there's any updates for some games that I'm looking forward to playing. Let's look it up. Let's see. No, they only have... They only have the one that they put out 2 months ago. Wait, I don't think I watched it. Hold up. Hello, baby Jules. Oh, hi, beautiful. Hello, how are you doing today? I hope you're having a great day so far. We might watch a trailer because why not? I think this is straight from the creators though, so I don't think it's like the Nintendo Direct. I kind of want to watch it. Let's just see though if my volume actually has it up, because it might not. play this. Let me see properties for this audio. Do do do. Okay, we should be able to hear it now. Hello, Ramraz. How are you? Wait, right? Sin. Oh, my notifs didn't pop off. Hi, Sin. How are you? Thank you for following. Oh, it did work. We're playing Fall Guys today. Sin, you should come play with us.
What do you get? Orange? It's no. It's
Yeah, my notifs didn't work.
He's jumping on the center. What a
Even my follow
fucking
notifs
play!
didn't work.
What a play!
Oh, I turned my alerts off. That's why. Thank you, Sin. How are you? You're still overseas, right?
Sinakol raided my stream with 5 viewers.
Oh, thank you for following Adderall Addict. Welcome in,
Rimrose
guys.
is now following.
We'll just let these alerts play, sorry.
Adderall_addict is now following.
What are you guys doing? What have you guys been up to? I was just testing streaming from Spain. How'd it go? Oh my god, New Jeans. Yeah, I love their songs right now. I can't stop listening to them. Like on my way to work. And it's nice too because the songs that play are exactly the amount of time it takes me to get to work, so it's kind of sweet. I was really hoping that he would go. It's a banger, it really is. I'm gonna play my raid VOD for you guys. I'll be right back. Oh wait, I forgot I set it to the wrong thing. Make it stop.
Hey,
Make it
Nisa.
stop. I'm embarrassed. Hold on. Let me set it to the right thing real quick. Because I'll probably forget if I do it again. I also wanted to shout out Baby Jules, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that real quick. You guys are setting me off so right at the beginning of stream.
Ooh, you hold it. What? Hold on. What was that accent I just had? Did you hear that?
You almost went yeehaw.
Why did I have that accent?
Why do you still have the accent?
That's funny. Okay, I fixed it, guys. I fixed it. Oh no, not this clip. Here, I can play the raid VOD now. That way, I fixed it to where it's supposed to be the full screen, so here we go.
Let's go.
Hey, I'm Nisa.
Wait.
No.
Okay, wait. Hold on. There's so many filters.
Bruh.
Come back.
What is the name of the illness? Do you know?
Stupidity. And Lug is crying. I should just put him out of his misery. There you go. You're welcome, bud.
Good job.
Wait.
Hold up.
Bye bye.
You have the next. Yeah, he got it.
Leo, your clip's playing in the background. I'm sorry.
Espionage is in the chat. Let's go.
Yeah, shout out to you. Shout out.
Mark was there.
Fun fact: her favorite Eevee evolution is Espeon.
Fun fact. How's everyone doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you for the like, Leo. Hopefully we get to play together. I do want to play Rainbow Six. I want to play it so bad. Last week, May 24, Wednesday, I passed my NSC defensive driving training class course. Good job. Oh, that's great. Good job. Good job. Hold on. I think I have a sound for that. No, I don't. I changed everything. I do have this though. I don't even know if you guys can hear that. Also here, just had to update my game. Yeah, I had to update mine too. It is for work, drive cars safely. Ooh. Well, I'm glad. I'm so glad. Hey guys, just a disclaimer. I'm not starting the lobby because I have no idea. Yeah, we're about to play Fall Guys. I wish you could join us. Do you have a PC nearby? Do you have a PC nearby you, Sin? I'd love for you to join. We're gonna watch this though, in the meantime. Oh god, I can't hear a thing.
ここはファンタジー。空にマーズと呼ばれる月がぽっかりと浮かぶ世界。私は今、とある島から空を見上げています。人々は木を切ったり、料理を作ったり、モンスターと戦ったり。みんな生き生きしてます。おや？ファンタジールに朝が来たようです。それでは、もう一つのライフを始めましょう。
Oh, I love the game so much. This is one of my favorite games, guys. I can't wait to play it. It looks so good on the Switch. Fucking stop.
まずはあなたのことを教えてください。完成。キュートな仕上がりです。容姿を整えたらライフマスターのところへ向かいましょう。あ、寄り道ですね。大丈夫です。今日のリンゴ赤くて美味しそう。この方は王国兵士のマスターさんですね。最初は皆さん見習いからスタート。立派な剣をもらいました。かっこいい。バトルだけじゃないですよ。いろんなライフがあって迷っちゃいそう。戦闘、採取、制作。一つのライフを極めるのもよし、全てのライフを極めるのはなおよし。もちろんサボりたい時はマスターには内緒で。ここで出会った仲間たちとの冒険と暮らしはマイペースで自由。気分転換で家具を変えたり、街づくりしたり、島の雰囲気もお好みのまま。ただこの島には誰にも解けない大きな謎があります。時を操る少女、そして上空を飛び回る謎のドラゴン。どんな驚きが待っているのか、あなたが見つけ出しましょう。この不思議な島の名はミステ島。ファンタジールの海のどこかに浮かぶ美しい島です。新しい出会いが待つこの島で、あなただけのもう一つのライフを過ごしましょう。ファンタジーライフアイ、ぐるぐるの竜と時を盗む少女。
I can't wait. It's gonna be freaking great. I'm so excited for it. I'm so excited. Who are we? I have no idea what we're doing, guys. I think we're gonna stay in Nalmu's live chat. Because I think he also has people that are gonna play. His friends that are gonna play as well. I had a cough. Sorry, my bad. My bad, guys. But yes, I guess we should start the game up, right? We should start the game. I haven't played this in a really long time, so I have no idea if I'm gonna do well. No idea. I'm probably gonna fall off the map like 20 million times. I don't even have anyone. Okay. I have Namu as my friend, so we're good. And silent bunnies. I miss bunnies. I hate that when I always forget to unclick shortcut. I don't want all these shortcuts. shortcuts are weird. The game's loading. Oh. I have to add the audio. I have to add the audio. Let me go ahead and add the audio for the game. I hope that was the right audio. It might not be. Let me try. I think it's the game client. I think it should have my controller on. It would be so much easier. Yes. Guys, I don't have anything. I don't have anything. Wait. Hold on. Okay, wait. I want to play on controller. Nothing is... Wait. Do I have to set this up? Okay. This is weird. It's not registering my, like... It's not registering it. It's so weird. Maybe I should use my other controller. Where is that thing? I'm gonna try using my other controller. No controller connected. I know, this one's busted. Freaking sucks. No wonder it was a $12 controller, guys. Okay, let's try this one. Let's try this one. This one should work. This one's a better controller. Okay, I'm just trying to get set up. This is some bullshit. Oh my god, why does it not... You guys are seeing this, right? Oh, wait. Huh? Thank you for the cookies, Leo. I just know it's you every single time. Dude, am I not gonna be able to use a controller? Listen, something's gotta budge. Don't know what, but something's got to change. Let's try plugging it into the main PC. That might do it. Because I'm plugging it into an external USB hub. All peoples. Let's try to get through all the streaming difficulties first. Nope, still happening. So is it gonna be like this in game then? What the hell? Are all my controllers broken? This is some bullshit. You'll be in shortly? Okay. I'm trying to... I'm gonna have to get the PS5 controller. Okay. I'll be right back. We're gonna try one last thing. I've made it back. There's something on the controller, I'm gonna wipe it. Used to feel dirty. I think it's been sitting for a long time, so... it's gonna be the last try, guys. If this doesn't work, we're using mouse and keyboard, and it's gonna be raw. It's gonna be rough. I do want to also switch my headset, which I'll probably do in a little bit. This light's making me hecka purple. It's a little dusty. It's not mine, so. My music is clashing with what's playing. What genre is this, guys? What genre is this music? It's so happy sounding. Okay, let's try this one out. This one is trash. Let's try this one. Oh, okay. How to play. This controller feels really nice. Wait, I wasn't paying attention. Wait. You're about to start in the greatest game show ever created. So let's take a quick look at how things will play out and the prizes you can win. Hit play to enter into
I
the
appreciate
show.
you, brother.
Welcome in.
We need to go deeper, fuckface McDingle. That's Captain McDingle to you, Tips O'Malley.
I remember this stream. You guys had me rolling. I was rolling.
Alright, I'm ready. My body is ready.
That was a great time. I'm gonna switch my headset too. Sorry, there's so many technical difficulties today. Actually, that's like every day. Every time I stream. Oh no, you're dying? Frick. I never charge my things. This is my fault. Alright, you sit there and charge. Now I have like a million controllers and different things right here. Oh boy. Okay. Bro. Your clip. That's your clip. No. Bro. Hit play to enter into a show. You'll need to race, chase, and outwit other contestants across a random selection of rounds until you are crowned the winner. Get eliminated, try again. The cameras are always rolling. Play shows to earn rewards. Earn fame with each round for prizes from the Fame Pass and win crowns to unlock exclusive items as you climb the crown ranks. Sorry. Kudos can be exchanged for items in the store, so check in frequently. As well as jumping, diving, and grabbing, you can move with the L stick and adjust the camera with the R. That's it. Hit the play button after this message. Wait, are you playing by yourself? No, I literally was just having such technical difficulties. I've never played. Can you tell? I'm default ass skin. I'm level 1 rookie. I don't have any outfits. Wait, this one's kind of cute. So is this one. Which voice chat are we using? I hopped into Namu's live chat because it's already set up. So if you go to his standby room, I'll drag you in. I'll be hot pink, I don't mind. Or should I be blue? I'll be blue. You can change the interface. My nickname is Rookie. Ay ay. Ay ay. Hi Mika. How are you doing? Welcome. Oh, mine will BRB. Namu's? Okay. You guys are so confused. I love it. I love how confused you guys are. I really want Hello Kitty. What the heck? I want Hello Kitty. What else did I have? What else did I have? Why won't my music play? Hold on. Where's my music? Is it the end of the song? That's why it's not playing. Why can't I? Oh, I turned my freaking. Wait, what? Why was it using my wireless controller as speakers? That's weird. Is this your first time playing Fall Guys? Yeah. Yeah, basically. I've played it, but like not on my own account. I was just like running around on someone else's. So yeah, it's gonna be a fun time. Why? This one is so cute. This color. Thank you for following me. I appreciate you. Welcome to Kimchi Cream.
Rika Annette is now following.
I hope you enjoy. I'm sure I will. I'm sure I'll have a good time. This one is cute too. What the heck? Oh. Wait, what is this for? Currency? Showbucks? Oh. Oh, you put this one and this one together. That's kind of cute. That is a little cute. Yeah. And then I think, is everyone else streaming too? If you are, I'll have you open on my laptop. Oh, that was loud. What is this? I really just want Hello Kitty. How do I get Hello Kitty? Does anyone know? How do I get Hello Kitty? That's all I want. What does it take to get Hello Kitty? I'll be streaming soon. Yeah, take your time. We're just vibing, honestly. We're just like looking through things. That's cute. New items available. Well, I don't have any money. Wait, can we do it? Oh god. Hello, Nighttown Nash. How are you doing? Welcome in. This is basically my first time playing, so... Wait! That is such a cute... Stop! This is cute too. Hi Panda, how are you? How is your Monday going? You should come join us. Come join us.
I'm trying to find stuff. Kill the tank.
Oh my goodness. I like how that's your clip, but then...
Oh god. Oh, this is kind of dumb. Oh god, what the
Playing with viewers? Right now I'm waiting for friends. So we're waiting on them. I don't know how to start a lobby or anything. I don't play Fall Guys, so I'm just waiting for them basically. Oh god. Wait, oh. Fame Pass, featured, offers, daily, and showbox. Okay. I'm just trying to go through and see what there is, I guess. Okay, so I guess these are like things that you can do to get rewards. What's the VC friend? Just go to Namu's standby room. How's your morning been? I'm so tired. I'm not awake yet, so there's that. I hope it doesn't make me tab out every. I've been coughing a lot this morning. I got Leo and Namu added, I think, on Epic Games. Well, I'm pretty sure Namu has me, so I don't even know how to add people. I'm not gonna lie. I can find out though. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, Namu is amazing. You guys should go over there and spam him with things. I probably shouldn't open that on stream anyways. How do I add people? Okay, friends. Add friend. I'm gonna type in G-bro. G-bro games. Hell yeah. That is hella G-bro. What's Leo's? How many N's? 3? There's so many Leos. Leo, I don't know which one's the real you. There's a million. I'm gonna go add every single one. Oh, and one more thing. Wait, what? I stream too? Oh,
That's a long game.
oh,
you
frick
talk
yourself.
yourself.
Oh yeah, fuck. Really, Namu? Really? You're about to stream too. I'm gonna do the same thing to you. I'll give you a follow, Rikanet. Let me go ahead and follow you. You made it freeze! Oh god. It's frozen now. It's not working. What the heck? You broke it. Why are you breaking it? You started it because you kept telling me to shout myself out and I was like, no thank you. Let me go ahead and do this again. It's probably gonna play 2 clips now, but you know, worth it. There you go, there you go. You're playing Fall Guys as well. Let's freaking go. 50th follower. Yes. Oh my god, get that affiliate. Everyone go follow Rika Annette. Rika Annette. Very pretty.
Namu loves the Twitch fam. Here's what we're gonna
Namu,
send
it
it up.
auto shouts you out.
Welcome
Don't
back,
you know?
Rachel. Take a look at this.
My mods and VIPs, it auto shouts you out. The second you type something, it shouts you out.
PogChamp.
Welcome in. Oh, 13 months, dude. Oh my god. Has it really been that long? Every time I see something over 12, I'm like, what the hell? Ugh. Okay, I got G-Bro and Leo.
Wait, okay, take this. I'm rushing.
Oh my god, Leo, why do I hear myself on your
Oh my god.
I drag you in and this is what I get?
Shit, dude.
God. How are you guys? I haven't in a while seen you guys or spoke to you guys in a while. What? Oh yeah, yeah. You were like far. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Wait, no, I haven't. I thought it was Fall Guys. No, it's not. Wait, hold on. I don't think my chat can hear you guys. Bow, bow, bow. It sounds like I'm talking to myself. Okay. Properties. Me? I'm alright. I've been cool. How have you guys been? Could be better, but you know. Enjoy. 2 hours? Oh, why is it not playing? Hold on. I'm trying to get your guys' audio on and it's not letting me.
Ooh, ooh.
Oh, now it is.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Oh, what is that?
It caught your ooh-woos. Oh god.
That's funny.
Guys, these are my friends.
Oh, people! Woo, 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 woo!
Oh my god.
Let's go. Where's Namu?
Did you get my bro out of Discord? What the heck, Namu? That's mean. Namu's mean sometimes, huh, guys?
A little bit. We love him, though.
Do we? I'm just kidding. Of course we do.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Namu, since Namu's late, he said he was gonna sing the Peaches song. I hope so.
He what?
Yo, Namu's gonna sing Pony. That's what I heard.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
That's even crazier than crazy.
I'm gonna join you. I think I got Leo in here. Let me join him. Are you in there, Leo? I'm trying Kimchi. Right.
Let me turn down my game audio. Shit's loud.
I know that music is like epic. It doesn't let me join. That's crazy. It's just a weird menu.
What do you mean we love you? Wait, aren't you starting your stream? No, what are you doing? How do we even join you guys? I don't know how this works.
Okay, I invited you, bro. What's your name on here, Kimchi?
FatalKimchi.
Stop. All right.
I'm just setting up your guys' audio levels. Orange juice?
I like that outfit.
Yeah, don't question it.
Wait, I don't know how to... Oh, frick, I have FNs. I don't know how to join you. That was very confusing.
Let me see something. Let's see if I can invite her from your deal.
There you go.
Woo woo.
Oh my god, you guys look so cool.
I think you can spend those purple points if you go to the shop. They got a few things there. Like
I don't think I have any points.
you should have like a little bit of those purple
Oh,
ones.
okay, yeah. I have 1,000 of those.
Get something in there.
There's like nothing.
What you been doing for the break, Leo?
Today?
Yeah.
I woke up.
Oh,
I played
Nice.
Rainbow.
Nice.
I'm here now.
Nice.
I know, right?
Sounds sick. Sounds like a good day.
Yeah,
you
it's
catch-
been lazy the whole entire day. What were you gonna say?
Say hi. Sorry, that's my kid. Bye.
Hi, bye. Oh, Nama's still getting ready. Maybe I'll be orange. No, I'll be pink.
Change that
Do you guys-
mullet. What's going on up there? What is that? I need that fedora for real. I need it.
Leo, what the heck?
What?
Your character looks so good. You should
What
earn
I
the points so you can get something you really want. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wait. You what? What'd you do? You did everything.
Thank you. Yeah.
Also, chat, let me know if anyone's audio is really off. I'm newer to OBS Studios, so my audio could be really off. Last time I checked, it was okay, but everyone else's mics are different as well, so it gets kind of crazy. How is Rainbow Six, Leo?
You know, died a lot. Got a
You did?
W. Got carried. Died a lot again. And died a little bit more. The usual.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
I'm
I
gonna
tried.
figure out whether I have it on PC or not. Are you playing on PC or?
No, I'm on console.
See, the thing is my PC or my PS4, it has that glitch where, cause it has a touch button.
Mm-hmm.
So it glitches and it censors that someone's touching the button and it ejects the disc.
Oh.
Yeah, like even if I'm playing like watching Netflix or watching YouTube, it'll eject the disc and then it just like it interrupts everything, and it happens every 5 to 10 minutes, so you can't really play anything anymore. You can disable the censor, but you have to open it and do all this stuff.
I didn't want that.
I mean, I have it on my PC.
There you go.
I'll see if I have it, because I know I for sure have it on my PS4. Starting soon? Hi, Ballsy, welcome in. Nama said he's starting soon. He said he was starting soon a long time ago.
That is true.
What's going on, bro? What's going on?
He
Man.
said that he's gonna play 1,000,000 games today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's gonna play the Texas Chainsaw early access.
Oh,
and
that's
he's
coming
gonna
out.
play.
Namu,
Yeah, I think it's
since-
coming out in 2 months.
Namu, since you're late, you gotta wear a bunny suit now, bro.
Oh, dang.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cosign.
And you have to sing Pony.
Yeah, just seeing Pony in a buddy suit with body rolls. I'm sorry, it's mandatory. Bro, stop.
Nah, bro, it's mandatory, man.
It's mandatory.
Let's go. Namu. No, I'm joking.
100 subs and Namu will dress up in a bunny suit.
100 subs? God. We can make that happen. There's a lot of us.
Whoop.
They got Hello Kitty in here. Wait a minute. I need.
I know, I want the Hello Kitty fit.
That's that.
I hella want the Hello Kitty fit. It's so cute.
Discord ban for yo, stop.
Oh my god.
I need that suit. I'm sorry. I'm gonna do it.
You're gonna buy it?
My daughter loves Hello Kitty. I have no choice.
Can you buy it?
Yeah, like if you bought the battle pass, it's like the first item you get. You get the whole outfit.
Yeah, that suit is fire.
What's the last one though? Let me see. Man, my daughter been killing my pockets. Every weekend I get her, I'll do last weekends. I don't have to, but like, man, it's getting expensive. Just be like, all right, little girl.
No, I feel that. I spoil the heck out of my little sister when she's over, and then I'm like, shoot, I need to not do that. And then she comes over again, and I'm like, what do you want to eat? Let's go buy all of it.
All of it? Oh, man. She
It's
don't
just
even
nice
ask me
to
anymore.
see.
She's just like, Daddy, you have to take me to McDonald's now.
Oh my
What?
god.
Yo.
Spoiled. We love to see it.
Oh, no. I'm bad. I'm bad about that.
I always took my sister to McDonald's after I pick her up from kinder, right? No, so I take her to boba places, and it's easily $30 just her. So yeah.
That's a lot.
I was always like, Mom made yuck food again?
Somebody had the nerve to ask me, what's good at McDonald's? My response, absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing.
McDonald's is bad but good. You know what I mean? Like French fries, just they hit a spot some days.
I had it the other night. I felt terrible.
But you were living your best life during the times you were eating it, right?
You're so right. I destroyed those fries and that McChicken
Yeah, see?
and that quarter pounder.
I ain't gonna lie.
Now I want McDonald's. Fuck you guys.
I've only ever had the Big Mac once in my life. I always stuck with the quarter pounder.
What's a Big Mac?
Oh.
I don't think I've had a Big Mac either. I don't think I'm willing to try. That just sounds
I'm all right.
bad.
I'm alright. And then they got the Big Mac sauce. I don't know what that's all about, but I'm alright.
Big Mac sauce.
Sauce for the Big Mac.
Oh, wait.
East side
What do
here,
you-
bro.
What's in there?
I don't know. I think it's just ketchup and I don't know. Ketchup, mayonnaise, something like that.
It's special secret sauce. It's like the Krusty Krab.
Ooh.
Special ingredient. We'll never know.
What if it was low key the sludge from the chum bucket?
Ew.
No, sir.
Stop. That sounds disgusting.
A chicken sandwich sounds so good right now.
Yo, we could have played a whole game without Namu.
Bro, hold up, bro.
Am I wrong? Oh, ready?
wrong.
Wait,
You're
how
not
do you
wrong.
ready?
I don't know what the bind.
I did it. We're learning.
Namu.
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 I feel like I get nervous every time I see that every time I see that enter your credit card information screen, I get nervous. Like my heart starts racing a little bit.
Oh my gosh. I feel that, but oh gosh.
Yeah.
My bank account hurts.
All right.
See the way my bank account works.
I know. It's the daughter effect. Dude, I don't have to spend this money, but I have to. She said so I have to.
Yep, exactly. Oh,
No.
that's hella cute.
I'm gonna put this on her Switch.
I need that in my life.
Me too, but your girl is broke, you know?
I felt that.
They got like
$1.75 to my name.
$1?
Oh.
$1.75?
It got so bad. I actually used my credit card for the first time yesterday.
Oh.
That's just for when my daughter plays. I'm gonna change my fit. I'm gonna change it. I like the face though. It looks cool.
I used my credit card.
What's that like?
What?
What light?
The credit card? I don't think I got one. I need one.
I
No,
used
you
mine
don't.
for-
No, you
I
don't.
I used mine for the first time yesterday, man. And man,
Anxiety issues?
yeah, and I have to pay it back.
Damn, you be borrowing the money? Shit.
Hey man, I gotta reach that credit score some way.
Yeah, see, I've had a credit card since forever. So, let's not look into it, okay, guys?
Ooh.
Bad financial decisions were made.
I need it, but I don't need it. But I need it.
Especially living in California. Oh my god, dude. Financial talks are always amusing. Yeah, we
I'm
don't
supposed to hit
talk
ready.
about
I'm
it.
sorry.
No, you're fine.
You can always
You
have
was
it.
buying things.
You can always just have that card, you know, emergencies. Last resort.
It can't be an emergency if you can't use it because it's maxed out, man.
Maxed out?
You can't use it if it's maxed out, alright?
Wow.
Where's the unicorn outfit? Namu's putting it on right now. IRL.
Maxed out?
I moved to Cali for 2 years and that was enough time spent there.
Oh my god.
Dude, I've been here my whole life. Imagine the type of debt that is. Whew.
Yo.
How much does it cost to step outside, Kimchi? How much does it cost, like average?
Step outside.
I'm scared to ask.
Every time, let's say maybe $100.
Oh my god.
How do you play this game?
How much is food there?
Food? Like for yourself, you want to spend like 30 bucks maybe?
Holy, what?
Groceries?
Yeah, I'm not lying. Groceries? You want to buy groceries? That's a fucking luxury, my bro.
A luxury?
What the fuck? What did you think this is? Oh my god, this is scary. Yeah.
This game.
Yo,
I forgot about this one.
Oh my god, no. Why am I yelling? Oh jeez. Oh bejeebus.
Guess I'm not moving to Cali ever.
It's cool to visit, but yeah,
Oh
y'all
yeah,
have
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Y'all got that. $100 to step out. Wow.
Fuck.
I'm
Yeah.
Proud, I'll forever be a proud
Dude.
Floridian.
I mean, they gotta at least compensate, you know, where you work and stuff. To you make a certain amount. I don't know.
Oh shit, I fell again. This is lame. I hate this one. I've never played this one.
This might be one of the easier ones.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
How is
No
this supposed to be
lie.
easy?
You got this, Kimchi. You got it.
Round over? I hella didn't get this, guys. Your squad did not make it.
Dang.
It's just us 4 off the map or us 3. Sorry, I can't count. You're getting
Did we
destroyed
qualify?
by the
I
children's
don't
game.
think so.
No, we did not.
Well,
Our
I
whole
like it.
team got disqualified. Groceries, if you want to do a lighter day, maybe you're spending like 150.
Huh?
I'm not lying, guys.
Dang.
That was warm up. That was warm up, guys. Give me some credit.
Kimchi, you got Cali, man. You got that.
You got Cali money? Nah.
No, you got Cali, man. I'll stay over here.
Yeah, don't go here. Oh yay, we got some stuff, whatever that is. Show rewards. Yay!
Wait, so how much is it to have fun?
Like $100, dude. You can't do anything here
Wow, that's
unless you're like
crazy.
ballin'. Or you save. Good job on your first game, thank you! I'll stick to my Texas cost. Ooh. Groceries is painful in Cal. Yeah. No, it sucks. Like
Who
a
said
carton of
Texas?
eggs.
Hell yeah.
A carton of eggs at one point was $10.
Oh my god.
Wait, I thought I was
I'm not
complaining
fucking
about
lying.
$7 carton of eggs over here in Texas. $10?
You guys want to know
Nice.
how much it is to fill up my gas tank?
I'm scared.
$80.
Oh my god.
No. That's wild.
I know. Do you want to know how long it's probably going to take me to actually have financial funds to buy a house? We don't even want to talk about it because I should have bought one in like 15 years ago. Yeah, that shit was wild. Yeah, no, it's crazy here.
Yeah.
It's bad.
That's like a two income, no, maybe 3 income just to be able to get by. Jesus. I'm cool with my $30 to fill up the tanking. Yeah.
I'm cool with my 40. God damn.
Yeah, mine's really expensive.
I'm crying for you.
Oh, don't worry. I've cried plenty of tears for all of us. It's fine. My wallet's crying. No, it's okay. It's not that bad. You just have to learn how to really deal with everything that happens. So just keep extra funds everywhere. Have money in all these different pockets. Can we run? Is there a way to run? There's SpongeBob?
No,
No,
there's a
no,
dive
right.
button. Are you using controller or keyboard and mouse?
Controller.
Oh god, my daughter. Sorry guys.
You're good.
Penelope's chilling.
Oh shit, I fell.
No. This game is odd without the music. I took all the music out.
Why'd you take the
Weird.
music off?
I got
Because 2 hours of sleep tells me I don't want to hear that.
2 hours of sleep?
Yeah.
2 hours?
Bro, what are you doing? Go sleep.
I have to stay awake. My daughter's awake.
Okay.
Actually, the way she woke me up this morning, she jumped off the bed right onto my chest.
Oh, that's so cute.
Daddy, I'm awake now. I said, oh my god, little girl. You don't get off of me. She's laughing. You don't even know why you're laughing.
She
Dang,
knows.
I can't make this jump. What are you doing?
She knows why she's laughing. Oh
I
shit.
don't think
I
I'm gonna be
went
able to
the
hit
wrong
that.
way.
I might not be able to hit that.
We got it. We got it. Yeah.
Oh shit. I don't know if I can do this one. This one's rough. Oh fuck, I missed it again. I knocked someone off! Why was that hella funny? Wait, why is this so hard? Oh shit. How do you do this one? Oh fuck, I messed up again. How do you mess up on the first fucking jump, bro? Come on. Shit. Easiest is on the sides. Really?
Ooh,
Oh
dang.
no. We qualified? How?
Hey, I'm here.
Hey, Nalu.
Bro.
What is that?
Hey, how's it going?
Talk again?
I need my pony song.
Oh, yeah, I
yeah,
did hear
yeah.
about that. What's up, bro?
How do I join the Fall Guys? Oh, yeah, I don't know what the plan is right now. So, cause this is Kimchi's first time playing.
Yeah, that's
So-
fine. We can do whatever. It's not
can
that
do
hard.
whatever?
You jump
okay,
and
okay,
run.
okay,
Yeah?
okay. So you're okay with just making like a custom.
I'm
games
okay
and
with
whatnot?
chaos.
All right, let's go with that. Let me see real quick. Hi Rika, how are you?
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Let's go.
Oh, gosh. Let's go.
Oh man, it's been a while since I've been on Fall Guys though. So
So long.
So about that pony song, right?
Yeah, what's up with that?
About that. Never's gonna happen since you just like
fuck.
made it for yourself.
Made it for myself. This is a family.
No,
function.
man.
What do you mean, man?
No. You do not call the shots for me, okay? That's not how it works.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
Shots work.
Do you see me? Do you see me go like, hey, Leo, bro? On your stream, you should be you should strip yourself down or something like that. Do you see me doing like that on your stream? No, I didn't. So that's not how it works around here.
Let's go.
I made it.
Yeah.
So I hope you guys have fun. Hey Rika, if you have the game, you're more than welcome to join in as well.
You said number
we
two.
are pretty much of like an inclusive community right now. Yeah, it's been a while since I played as well. I forgot what's the first thing I'm supposed to do.
We made it. We made it.
Open party. Fall Guys. It had to be over a year, right?
For what?
Namu for Fall Guys. I haven't seen this game.
No, we haven't played. I played it once, but I don't remember if I played with you guys or not.
Ballsy, are you gonna be joining us in as well? How are you doing, Ballsy? Oh, and Ballsy, I have a bone to pick with. No, actually, we've already discussed this.
I got a bone to pick.
Like what you did on Juice's stream.
I can't finish the rest of the song.
We're just playing. Oh, okay.
Oh my God, this is. I'll get nervous.
Should I join VC? Yeah. If you like to join the VC, you don't have to. But
I fell.
Don't forget to go to play and yeah. That's. I just realized it's been a long time since I played this. Oh God. Oh here it is. Let me go ahead and just put lobby code up. Hey. Okay, so that's the lobby code. It's already picked. Now it's in Juice's hand. Throwing him under the bus here. No, Juice told me it was fully your idea. Like,
you guys are so good at this. What the fuck?
It was all you. Let me also put this in. Shit.
Oh my God, it's getting faster.
Oh my God.
So this is a lobby code, guys. If you guys would like to join in, you guys are more than welcome to.
Stop it. Stop
so
it.
the more the merrier. And I guess Kimchi, D-Bro, and Leo there are in the game right now, so we're just gonna wait for them as well.
Oh my God. Are y'all still alive? Somebody.
I died.
G-Bro, it's just you. You got this. You're doing so good.
And changed everything. Yo, someone said like this specific area was like glowing green. And I'm like, hey, what?
Oh, G-Bro, let's go.
Oh no, what?
How?
Do I go to standby room? Yeah, you can go to the standby room and I'll just like drag you in from there.
GG.
That was good. Good try. Wait, how did you get eliminated?
And Kittens, do you yeah, you have the game too. Like if you want to join in Kittens, you're more than welcome to as well.
That was fun.
We need a green, but never a glow was possible.
Nah, move.
All right, Karma, I'm dragging you into the chat right now.
Hi, Karma. Welcome in.
What's up? Leo, where'd you go?
Yeah, Karma's in the chat. And yeah, Ken, yeah, you're definitely more than welcome to join in. So again, guys,
I smell curry.
Maybe I'll just have. No, it's there. It's there.
We need a Kirby skin on here. We do.
Use a share code here. What?
Wait, how do I get out of here? I'm trying to leave this game. Exit.
We gotta do lobby code, right?
Oh, I hope they kind of like changed this up a bit now.
Oh shoot.
Oh, now they have like more things for us to like play with. I do have a custom level if you guys want to try it later. Yeah, you're more than welcome to share it, Rika. You know, right now but my join after. Okay, I got you, Baldy.
Use a share code here. Please.
Yeah, how do we join Nama?
Okay,
how do I join?
Here, let me just put the lobby code in your chat, Kimchi.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, I'm bad at this.
And then I mean, they kind of.
I think we have to leave party, right?
You don't exactly have to leave the party, but I think you just go to play, then go to custom, and then join. If I remember this right. Hey Momo, how are you doing? Sorry, I was clean. No, you're all good. You're all good. Did you want to join in now, Momo?
Go to play.
Yeah, I think you go to play and then go to custom and then what is it?
I just did it. Just want to.
You know.
Yeah, I see it, Karma.
It's custom, I think. Like there's you go,
It's
play.
Wait, actually, Rika, let me copy that because I know I'm gonna forget.
It's having trouble right now. Maybe I can help. So you go to play. You go to.
On the lore. Hey, how are you doing, Space? Don't have much.
You go to custom shows, and then you go to the join section, and then you can enter the code.
Yeah, we on Twitch. Bomber, hi, how's it going?
Where's custom shows? I don't know. I don't see that.
It says live, and then
you DM me on Twitch.
Am I blind?
maybe share your screen and then I don't know.
Here it is. I found it.
All right. The screen is gone. Yeah, no, it's because I had to like alt tab out for a bit. Hold on, let me just put that in the other side.
Oh.
I made it.
Oh no!
Accidentally exited out of the.
I think it's because like.
Accidentally exited out of the game.
This happens when hey, cyberspace. This always happens.
The Wi-Fi tripped out.
No, it's good now. I think it should be. Yeah, I'm still in session.
You keep shifting between you and Namu stream. I'll put a multi-stream link. Give me 1 second. I'll set one up right now.
And also Kittens is in standby room. Let me just bring her over here. Hey, how are you doing, Kittens?
Doing good.
Hey.
Ready to play some Fall Guys finally.
Alright, let me go ahead and put that on Namu's as well. Namu, I'm gonna pin a multi-stream.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
To be honest, I haven't played this game in like 2 years, so.
Oh, it's been a while since we played this.
I think in the bottom right it says change playlist or something. Might be there.
Leo, you still here, bro?
I know. Where'd Leo go?
Huh?
Oh.
Let's go, Leo.
Alright, know what I'm gonna say? What, you speak for the trees?
Okay.
Oh, you got you a new outfit. I see that. The
also, yeah, I guess we're just waiting for Kimchi now.
Yeah, Kimchi don't know how to do this. Kimchi technically challenged.
Click on play and it'll say a tab on the top.
Oh, why wasn't it not like that? It was not like that earlier.
On the top it says custom shows, yeah, and then join.
And then the code.
And then you just have to enter the code.
It did not have that earlier. I swear. We can go through the VOD again.
Well, at least you found it now.
Yeah.
All right, sweet. What am I doing? Yeah, Momo, if you want to join in, there is a custom code on top, and just go to play custom shows, then join, and then there's a lobby code up there. And Momo, if you want to join in the voice chat, you're more than welcome to as well.
I think the last time I played this was when they were having like the Master Chief skin in the game, like they had like the Halo skins.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to the season pass, so I had no idea like.
Curry. Oh, curry.
So I guess
Look
we're
at
just waiting
the
for
food.
Momo. Join in.
That's homemade? That is good.
Yeah.
Oh, that is pretty delicious. Hey guys, and also that multi-stream link up there, it shows like both me and Kimchi on stream, so definitely check her out while we're just like having just a chaotic moment with Fall Guys.
Oh god, the chaos.
The chaos.
Wait,
I'm
you
so
said this is a
scared.
custom game?
Yeah, it is.
I've never played those. Sounds interesting.
It's just like it's just like a private like server for just
Oh, so
for a
like so
specific-
you don't get paired with the randos.
No.
We're all gonna be just against each other.
Exactly.
Yo, I'm gonna target Namu.
How do
Same,
I put in the code? Yeah, everyone wants to target
same.
me. How do I put in the code? So go to so once you got play, and then there's gonna be a custom tab up top. Click on that, and then click join, and then
This is Quibbly.
and then you just put the lobby code CHXM1 over there, and you'll be able to join in.
Watch out, Kimchi. I'll soon join with my incredible set of skills. I shall yeet you overboard till you wear a unicorn outfit.
Did Baldy say that? Anytime there's a
Oh
word
my God.
unicorn
Thank you
outfit,
for
I just know
redeeming
it's gonna be Ballsy.
Yeah, it is.
Almost.
Wait, actually, also Leo and G Bro, are you guys streaming as well, or?
No, not right now.
Okay.
Let us know if you do, so we can do the multi-stream, and then it can include everyone's link.
Yeah. Okay, Momo's in, and she's in the Discord.
Haiku. Exactly why I put Gojo there.
What?
So if you redeem Hydrate for me, you'll see someone very handsome.
All right, Momo, you're in.
Yep, I'm in.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh god.
Do this? Like, I just choose which one we start, and we just go from there, or?
Oh my, Kimchi.
Wait, what do we start? Oh, I mean,
Better
what do you guys
drink
wanna start
up.
off with?
Just do a random one.
Oh shit! God damn it, Haiku.
Squeaker
Okay,
voice.
Squeaker voice.
Yep, knew it. I hella knew it.
Wait, do jump around.
I mean, I don't see any like random.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here's the second sip. You guys are gonna make me use the restroom. Fuck.
Are you doing haiku?
There you go. 2 sips.
Pick and mix.
Chicken legs?
No, I said pick and mix. Pick and mix.
Chicken legs. Chicken legs. Got it now.
I'll just go with. I'll just go with this one first.
Throw this one first?
Can no one understand me while I have the squeaker voice on?
I understood that.
Alright, 7 players in. And Haiku, do you have
Lily
this game?
Labas. Oh god.
What is this?
Oh god. Lily Labas.
You sound like your Fall Guys character.
Yes. My boy.
I did a lot. And yeah, Haiku, if you want to join in, you're more than welcome to.
How do
We're starting?
How do I jump?
Oh god.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god.
Oops. You wanna join in? Okay, I mean, we're doing.
Oh shit, I fell.
We just started a round, but yeah. Let me know when you're in. Whee!
Shit.
I just like bumped into someone.
Oh god, this one's hard.
Dang, sorry guys. Had to put my daughter down for a nap.
Oh no, you're good. Oh my god!
Squeaky
one?
Namu, let's go.
Oh my god.
That's my favorite.
I need to time this right.
Oh my god. I usually do pretty well on this, but not anymore.
It's been a long time since I heard Squeaky Namu.
Oh, sheesh. Okay.
Oh shit.
I got this. I
Mama
got this.
in. Oh my god. I keep fucking.
I forgot about this.
Shit.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Damn, Fall Guys got wild.
Wait, when was the last time you played this, Momo?
Oh, shit.
A while. Sometimes I logged in when I saw
Like, the time
Shin.
when we played together.
When it first came out, yeah.
Yeah.
No. No.
Yeah, we're playing Fall Guys. Joey, if you want to join in, you're more than welcome to. Yeah, we got plenty of room. Plenty. This is a custom thing.
No.
Oh shit.
I
It's that
hate
little
this
bridge part.
one.
It's the bridge part that gets me every time.
I don't know how to play this part.
Has anybody made it across that bridge? Anybody? God.
Wait, how do you go? Where do I go from there?
There it is.
Do I
there it
go
is. I made it.
up?
I made it. Let's go.
Where do I go from here? Shit,
no.
I fucking flew.
Oh no!
I fucking flew. Oh god, oh god, oh god. I don't know how to do this part.
Yep,
No way. I didn't make it either.
Also, that's in about 3 minutes, so.
Speaker voice is off.
Damn, it pushed me off first. Good job, guys. Good job.
Ooch.
This is chaotic.
Again?
Oh, what the heck? It says pick and mix.
Uh-oh. Here we go again.
It's gonna be the same one?
I guess so.
No way.
I just don't know how you make this random.
Maybe it is random and the RNG was like, again.
Oh god.
Oh my god. All right, who am
Go
I
G
looking
bro,
at
go
for?
G bro, go.
I'm guessing that is G bro. Yeah, but I just knew it because of the fedora.
Hey.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you knew it for the fedora. Yeah. Yeah. Had to get it. Oh god. How do
I
you...
guess me, Karma, and Kimchi got eliminated. I'm gonna see if I can pop them, but here's an update, so we'll see. Hey, I got you, Joey.
G bro's hella good at this. What the fuck?
It's been a minute. Has it? I don't know how long it's been since I played this game. Oh, come on, come on. Shit. Come on, come on, come on. Oh yeah.
Wow.
G bro got the hops, bro. What?
Wait.
G bro said GG easy.
Yo, Momo's doing this pretty well as well because like this is her like first time coming back into the game.
I did miss this game.
What?
I missed it.
I liked this game when it came out. I didn't like season 2.
Yeah, I'm just gonna fall over and over again, guys. Just letting you know.
Again?
Leo being a little sneaky.
Is it gonna be again?
Yeah, I
It
think
is
it's
again.
again.
What?
I'm gonna look this up. Like how you can make this like more random.
It's probably because the number of players too. Never know. Is Leo still here? Leo.
Yeah, Leo's in the running.
Oh.
Yeah, he's just like super focused right now.
Oh, you playing with us? Is that you? Oh yeah, it is. Wait.
It is him.
He is.
I know my bro.
am
I know
him.
when he's like. I know when he's like.
Let's
really,
go,
like, into it
Leo.
right
I
now.
know my bro.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, this is where I found out we weren't brothers anymore. I remember that. That's a long time ago. I forgot.
No, you just stopped being brother with us because you completely forgot about it.
Oh no.
Leo.
I didn't.
I saw that, Leo.
Oh shoot. Leo's gonna kick my butt.
Leo's
I gotta lay down.
fucking going crazy right now. He's like, I've had enough practice.
Oh no. I'm failing
Customs.
horribly.
Oh no.
Custom show. Random.
I got lucky that other time. You guys.
Go, Leo. Go, Leo. Go.
Oh shit.
Oh fuck. Maybe I shouldn't try to.
Oh,
Cheer.
This is the final round?
Ah,
Yeah, this is the final round. This is the final round.
Oh no.
Oh, y'all got that. Whoever that is up there. You got
Oh,
that.
yo, Momo.
Momo, let's
Good.
go.
Momo is a winner.
Momo thickums.
And Haiku and
I like
Joey, we're on right now. So if you want to join in.
Does anyone else want to join in?
Momo.
Yes, this is for mine and Kimchi's chat.
That's awesome.
Looks like I should work my did. Oh, hell yeah. All right, gonna wait for you, Joey. And also, how do we make this a little bit more like sporadic?
Are we doing that wager again, Namu? Hell no.
What wager? Oh, every time you
What wager?
Every time you lose, you drink a water. Yeah, go ahead. Do it.
No.
Okay, it says here creator round playlist 1. I'm guessing this is it. Oh shit, my bad, dude. There's a lobby code, guys. CHXM1. And just let me know when you guys are in. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to.
It's funny. I got all the stuff to make homemade strawberry lemonade for my daughter, and then to find out she's allergic to one of the ingredients, I was like, no.
No,
Wait,
that
what's the
sucks.
ingredient?
That strawberry syrup that I bought, like, I don't know. She didn't have a good reaction to it. I was like, no.
Oh no.
I do a test run before I give her stuff, but it's like,
Oh yeah,
That
this is the only
sucks.
way in. Okay, I see Haiku in though.
That food looks so good. I thought it was ice cream. Second take, since I said strawberry.
All
I
right,
was like,
Special Joey's
wait.
here. Actually, so what is
It's
it?
curry.
Rika
It's spicy curry.
has a custom thing. We can try that now, or we can just like a random playlist that I found. Let me see here. So it says here, creator round playlist 1, the showcase of creator rounds. I'm guessing this is gonna be random. I'm hoping. But yeah, let's have like everyone just like warm up with this, and then like once we got that in, we're gonna try Rika's custom thing. I don't know, but we'll see.
Oh my god, it's so spicy. My nose is.
Oh, and we got 10
Ballsy's
people.
here.
Yo, Ballsy's in. Hey, Easy Kill, how's it going? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow.
That's the good
Is there a
stuff.
queue for Creative Max from viewership?
Right?
No,
That's how you know it's
there
good.
isn't. If anything,
And there's
Easy
chicken
Kill,
in here. Oh,
If
so
anything,
good.
this is my like first time coming back into like Fall Guys after a while, so I didn't know there was like a creative maps or anything like that. But we do have one right now. Do I need to send Discord to send the creative map code? No, you don't. No, you don't. Do not. You can just put it out here. I'm just gonna like put it on the notepad and whatnot. But we do have one person that we're gonna try out later. But right now we're just gonna start. We're just gonna start like an easy game or whatnot. Okay, Grabber's territory. What? Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely put that in. Let me just go ahead and copy the code in.
I tried out that jelly bean game called Bean Boozle. I got like a very
I have
bad
some.
jelly bean, and I threw up like 3 seconds after it entered my mouth.
Did you really?
Ugh.
I got
God.
like rotten fish or something
Spawn,
like
where are
that.
you? How's it going, Lock?
Rotten fish sounds horrible.
Wait, what kind of flavor did you get, Karma?
I got like dead fish, rotten. It was like some kind of dead
shit,
fish.
Oh god, I don't know how to play this
Oh,
game.
only one. There can be only one winner.
Wait, what?
That's your only qualified one.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Make the best win then.
Again. I did it again. Oh my
Annie, are you
god.
okay? Say, Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie?
You've been hit by.
Oh snap.
We
got
criminal.
Are you okay?
Oh
Oh,
god.
we actually like go back.
We
What the
have to
heck?
go up. Yeah.
Let's go.
Let me up.
I
Oh
fall in
fuck, I
order?
got
Wait.
smacked.
No.
Yo, Momo.
Damn.
She's too good.
Damn.
It's going good for you.
I got
Rock.
smacked so hard.
That was really hard. I don't know.
Sorry in advance.
I'm a grabber.
A Pokemon? No. Ballsy, no.
Well, what did Ballsy
It's
say?
Cyndaquil. He's making fun of Cyndaquil.
Hey,
Which isn't
don't make
allowed.
Fun of Cyndaquil.
That's not allowed.
All right, we're gonna try
That's illegal
Rika's,
here.
map here. I'm guessing it's gonna be like a one winner type of deal. We'll see
Okay.
what happens. Okay, then just and somebody left. No, we're just gonna go ahead and start. I mean, if anybody left the game and they need to get back in, just let me know now.
Haiku?
Haiku.
Haiku's here? What up, Haiku?
Oh yeah, Haiku's gone.
Ah, I missed him.
You guys can pick from 3 paths. Ooh. I'll rejoin in a sec. Okay, we can wait. We can wait for you.
The dancing Cyndaquil?
My controller, gotcha.
Yeah, I can't imagine playing this on keyboard. I'd
So
probably break my
after-
keyboard.
It sounds like a nightmare.
So after
Right.
this, after Rika's, we're going to try easy kills.
What?
What?
Easy
that?
kills. That's the name of the user. I don't know. Like, am I supposed to say easy or?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ballsy.
The map has not been picked after the code. Oh wait, what? What's? Oh, here's the code. Again. Oh. No, it's not. Let's see.
Thank you for summoning Kirby. Kirby's so cute.
Oh, I actually like. Okay, so did I actually got this? I'm not sure if I did this right. Just let me know, chat. You have a photograph
You're
memory.
doing it
I had that to go type them before you showed it. Damn, dude. Shows needs one player to start. Okay, I'm guessing we can just start this then. So pick your poison. That's the name of this. That's the name of this map.
So I'm guessing one maybe is very bad.
How many players max for the parkour? Cause I'm gonna let him in. Who? Wait, what do you mean by that, Ballsy?
Let who? Ballsy, that sounds very suspicious.
This is Ballsy we're talking about. He's always suspicious.
Sorry
Pick
about
your
that.
Poison.
Had to go check on my daughter.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
You're poison.
I need a snack right now. Y'all making me hungry.
I'm
Want some
sorry.
dopamine. That's my poison.
We started the conversation with.
Oh, hello.
Wait.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Oh
cute.
God! Oh God! Oh God!
What is this?
Oh, it
I've
is.
never
Going
seen
left.
this before.
Oh, 8 can be
Oh
qualified.
my god!
What on
Holy
earth is
shit!
this?
What is this?
Rika, what have you done?
Oh my god, this is crazy.
Why are you doing this to us?
Wow.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
The beginning?
That's a
You've
lot of
got to be
anxiety.
kidding me. You know it's bad if my British accent
Wait,
came
so when
out.
this meant creator mode, like you actually created this?
Yeah,
is
like
kinda cool.
Paper Mario.
Oh.
Oh my gosh, this is
That's
Speaking of
actually pretty
Mario.
cool.
Yeah, that is really cool.
Oh come on, I was right there. Come on. No.
Gonna wait until there's like that punch.
No.
Why do I scream when I
And
fall?
then I'm just gonna let. Take
Natural
me.
reaction,
Okay,
probably.
never mind.
How did I make it?
Yeah, like I.
Rika, thank you.
That's actually
My
pretty
God.
cool. I never knew there was gonna be something like this. Oh shit.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna make it this time around.
G-Bro.
This is not it for me.
Come on. Oh yeah.
Oh come on, come on. Okay, so I just need to like put myself in a nice position. No, I'm done. I'm done.
Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh no. Yep, I went overboard. So scuffed at this right now. Come on! Oh my god.
You guys
Yeah,
got
your
this,
girl
I
is
believe.
struggling. I'm on the struggle bus right now.
Yeah, there. Jules, hi, how are you?
My goodness.
Sorry, Jules, I'm
Pure
just
chaos.
like really concentrated, like getting this over right. Come on.
I could go for some ice cream right now. I ain't gonna
Come
lie.
on. Yes. Okay. 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 Okay.
I believe in you guys.
Okay. No. Okay. No.
Hey.
No.
Karma, you got this. I'm watching.
I am literally just free floating. What's going on?
What is the map?
What did I do? How did you guys
What?
do that?
I don't know.
Oh
Oh
no!
my god.
Oh no!
Oh my god.
No, oh my god, no, we were so close!
You know this map is crazy. You scream for other people.
God.
How did you guys make it past this?
Oh my god!
Oh, snap. One more. Somebody's gonna get it. Who's gonna
Somebody's
get it?
gotta get it.
Oh my god. You got it. Oh!
No!
Let's go!
Brings
Nice.
back very painful memories. Makes you want to kick.
Nice. Good job, guys.
Fedora vibes.
Wow. Hey, how you doing, bruv? How's it going?
I need me a new fedora. I need a new one.
Dude, that was amazing. Hold on. Let me also get some shout outs here before I get going. Yeah, baby
me
Jules
too,
and
me
bro,
too.
thank you so much for joining in. How are you guys? I
Namu,
still have no
fine.
idea how I finished. Thor, thank you so much for the raid. How are you? Kimchi, stop it.
Namu,
I didn't do
Yes.
anything.
you should put on the game Hexagon. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah, but there's one more person with the custom code, so I want to like give that a try before we do anything else.
Yeah, no problem, man. No problem.
Let me just go ahead and just like find that
Hey,
code in.
thank you for the shout out.
It's the first time a group of my people play my. It was very enjoyable. I'll tell you that, Rika.
The only one with the default skin.
Virtue. Yeah, and we're gonna try out also easies as well.
Guess how many
I know, like-
channel points I have?
Oh,
Namu.
and you can actually save. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. Oh, Haiku, why? God.
Okay.
Again?
Yeah, no, because of haiku.
Ballsy.
Okay, so grabber's territory.
Chaos, chaos.
Is it a bad thing that I think that? Is it a bad thing that I think that Namu with that that squeaky voice sounds terrifying?
No, it's accurate.
Yeah, you
Ew.
should be terrified. But yeah, if anybody else want to join in, you guys are more than welcome to.
What are you saying? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm
wants to
just...
join,
If anybody else wants to join in, you guys are more than welcome to join.
there.
Okay, now you have to restart the timer 3 minutes.
No, I don't.
Mm-hmm. That's how that works.
But yeah, Thor, how was your
mhm.
stream? Maybe, well, we can just go ahead and start right now. Oh, and Haiku and Joey, if you guys want to join in the voice chat, you guys are more than welcome to.
Voice that Namu has over him sounds like someone who is actually like who goes to my who went to my high
Grabber's
school.
territory.
Grabber's territory.
Oh,
By Manny Beetle 506.
yo, I love touching people.
Everybody's gonna join the standby room? Okay, I got you, Haiku. And Jeff,
I
how
got
are
punched
you?
in the dome.
Hey, your cosplay stuff. Ooh, what cosplay? God damn it. Oh man. I'm gonna wait until like. Hey, I'll give it to Hydrate later, Thor. But can you please give a shout out to Jeff?
Grab people. I
Oh,
know you can
fuck.
do it.
What
Oh
the
fuck.
fuck is this?
Oh fuck.
You can grab
Why?
people. I want to be toxic.
Rolling around in slime. No.
Oh my god.
It hurts.
Okay, there we
It
go.
does.
Woo!
Natsuko and Tenshiro from Demon Slayer? Ooh! We'll love to see what you guys look like in that cosplay. Uh-oh.
Oh my god, I'm dizzy.
Oh my god.
Oh god, I'm so dizzy.
No. Come on.
Alright, make it sound like yes, queen.
Oh my god, I'm so dizzy. This sucks.
Okay, hold on. Oh shit. Oh man. Oh my, what is this? What is
Oh, stop! Rasu, bet that's you too. Oh, it's Rika. Oh my gosh.
Made it. This map is so
What? What is this? What is this?
Oh shit. What
Oh shit.
you have that redeemed?
Oh god, oh god, oh
Oh
god.
my god.
Breathe? I need to breathe? Oh fuck.
Breathe. Oh my god.
Yes.
This is so
Alright.
intense. Are we camping right now?
Are we camping?
I'm doing good. I'm doing
Oh,
good.
no.
I'm doing good.
No, no,
I'm
no,
doing bad.
fuck.
I'm doing horrible.
This one's hard, yeah?
Yeah, it is. God.
Oh shit. Any grabbers? Any grabbers?
Oh my god.
Woo. Who made it?
Oh my god.
I'm sorry for you
stuck
guys'
right now.
ears.
Sorry, everyone.
My palms are sweaty.
Knees weak,
Knees
arms
weak.
hurt.
Yeah,
Heavy. It builds mom spaghetti.
No.
Also, this is very like disorienting a little bit.
I
I
don't
think
know
that's the
what.
point.
Way to go. Who
Oh,
made
shit.
it? The dang people made this map?
For real, the creativity. Oh fuck. I don't know how to jump.
I didn't know how to succeed on here.
Wait,
I don't know.
who actually finished?
I see 4 people finish. How? How? That's crazy.
Okay, so
You
Zebra
guys are
is
better
not one of
than
them.
me. Yes.
Shit.
At the end, I just let that link push me in.
Oh fuck. Oh my god, this is so hard.
Is that a
Haiku?
That's a pushing skin? I didn't even know that was in the game.
Oh shit.
What? So Haiku and Joey finished. And 6 people have finished.
Kimchi!
6 people. Oh my
No!
god, guys, I can't
Yikes.
see. Hi,
This is so
everyone.
hard.
Pop, how are you, Pop? Oh no, oh no.
No. I was doing so good. So close, yeah, right.
Oh, what the heck? Yeah, I couldn't finish this. Okay, who won this?
Yeah, who made it?
And I am done with Haiku!
Haiku, nice. Nice.
Well, it's actually pretty cool that we get to like save these kind of we get to save this in your face, Haiku. What? Jelly, what? What's about? How I'm good. I'm good. How are you? I'm doing good as well. I'm just like enjoying my Memorial Day weekend and whatnot. Also, let's go.
Oh my god.
We'll get back to the creative stuff. I mean, I really enjoyed both of those two. Thank you. Thank you, Easy, and also
Those are great.
Rika. Yeah, Rika.
So you guys made
Let me
those
see.
maps?
And I think, I think.
Yeah,
what
those
was
people
it?
made them.
Yeah, they made this map.
Wow.
And I think Kama wanted to do like a hex thing. I don't know which one. Hexathon.
Yeah, hexathon.
I think that's what it's called.
We can do
It can
hexathon or
only play up to 20
hexathon.
people though. Oh yeah, and Haiku's in standby. Hold on, give me 1 second.
Oh, hexathon.
Yeah, I think that's all like the hexagon
Hey,
related.
I got you in Haiku. How you
Oh,
doing?
okay.
Not too bad. Yourself?
Doing good, doing good, doing good.
Hello.
And if anybody else wants to join it, you guys are more than welcome to. I'll have like 2 minutes or so for anybody else that wants to join in.
Pancakes. Take some bacon and I'll put it in a pancake. Bacon pancakes, that's what it's
Oh my god, that was my
And
shoulder.
thank you so much for sharing it. I really appreciate it. And easy, if you like
Did
to
my
join, you're
mic
more than
pick that
welcome to.
up? That was crazy.
What? Pick up what?
I popped my shoulder.
How's your day, Haiku? Man, it's been a minute.
Oh, I had my grad party today. I was grilling. It was
Oh,
my
hell
first
yeah,
time
dude.
grilling. I made
Nice,
food amazing.
congrats.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Woo!
Good to see you, man.
Oh, and also Thor, you said
It's good seeing you
you
too.
wanted to hydrate you, so giving you that.
You're like, who's this? It's freaking G, bro.
Nah, I know who you are, dude. I lurk your streams all the fucking time. I appreciate your content.
Oh man,
Yeah,
I
let's
appreciate
complete
it,
Thor.
G-Bro's always a vibe.
Like that
course.
one fucking mayonnaise smoothie.
Oh god.
That shit had
No,
me
not
insane.
those
no,
vibes,
we're
not those
we're not-
vibes,
we're
not those
talking about-
vibes.
What, we don't talk about. We do not talk about Miyoshi smoothie at all. Or
Did someone actually drink it?
Pickle juice stream, anyone?
Pickle
I do
juice?
love pickle juice.
I think
I drank the whole mega
vibes,
jar.
question mark.
Bro, I'd be doing that too.
Please
that's pretty
elaborate.
brave. Kimchi, that pickle juice thing, man. I don't know. You're better than me.
Dude,
man.
it took
So
me out
good.
for 5 hours.
All right,
Your
let's go ahead
stomach
and
must be doing bad.
start.
Okay.
So new markings
Gonna
can
give,
pop
like,
up later
10
on.
seconds here,
That's an
10.
interesting
Nine.
mechanic.
Ballsy, if only you were there when I had the pickle juice. It was crazy.
Yeah, it was.
Nope, it's you. Nope, nope. I don't give a. I knew it. I knew it.
So in your defense, we were a little tipsy.
When I agreed to it, yeah.
And we all know that kimchi tipsy equals kimchi drunk.
No, I'm immune now.
Wait, is Joe
Are
joining
you?
us? Joe, you joining?
Yeah.
Come on, bro.
Oh, is Joe
Yeah,
here?
Joe. I would recommend, Joe, if you're gonna play to well, see, stop. I would recommend to use a controller if you want to play.
I'm using the keyboard.
Oh, this one? Oh god.
Somehow I feel more better with the keyboard than the controller in this game for some reason.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's cool. God, what is
Oh,
this?
you guys suck. Oh, fucking, I'm gonna fuck it up for
Oh
all
my
of you
God.
guys.
No.
I'm gonna fuck it up for all of you guys. I'm being toxic a fuck.
Wait,
As fuck.
There's a trick to this thing. I forgot. Let's see.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's
Oh my god.
Yo, we found the bottom. Let's go.
Not exactly the bottom yet, but getting there.
You gotta appreciate some Fall Guys every once in a while. It's fun.
Yo, somebody else is at here.
Someone's at the bottom for sure.
Oh my god. I'm get away from you.
No, for me it was a complete accident. I was at the way top and I fell
Balls is
down the
gone.
one hexagon that led all the way to the bottom.
This one, man. This one gets me every time.
Hey bro. Hey bro. Hey bro. Hey bro. Hey bro.
Come on, no!
Oh my god.
All the way to the bottom? Come on.
You guys suck.
Oh my god.
I'm scared.
Here we go, 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 here we
Go
go.
G-Bro, go
Is
G-Bro. Oh,
everybody
thank
down
you
here?
for the head
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my. Yo, I'm gone.
Oh my.
Wait, who won?
Oh,
Who
wait,
won?
that was it?
How?
Oh,
so,
shit.
Okay, so it was actually like only.
Dude,
three had to be
Leo fucking
disqualified.
lurking just. He probably has his music turned up and he's just playing. He's just vibing.
He's focused.
How you know?
I have to go, but thanks for
I
everything.
know you.
You guys made my day. Hope you all have a great time. You know,
Where'd
Rika,
that voice
if
come
anything,
from?
thank you so much for like showing us that map, and we're gonna definitely
See you
play more
later,
of that
Rika.
for sure. That's actually pretty cool,
Hopefully I
man.
can catch your stream.
Oh, this one's
Oh,
different
Namu,
now.
Rika streams too.
Oh yeah, guys. If Thor, if you're still here, can you give a shout out to Rika?
This
Let's
one
definitely get
hurts.
that.
This
Let's
one
definitely get Rika up
hurts.
to affiliate stats for sure.
This one hurts.
Wow,
my
that was
God.
quick.
Already?
Yo, Joey and Haiku together.
Nice.
Have a good rest of your day, Rika. If you guys haven't already, follow Rika. Give people support.
What?
Yes.
I backed out. No, I pushed.
You don't know.
I was up. Wait.
No.
What
do
happened?
Do you need the code again?
I think I could scroll up and get it. Hold on. I think I'm still in there. It's just showing me a menu now.
Wait, whose chat are you on right now?
Let me see. I'll be in.
Go to mine. Mine. I don't
my
have a
game
lot
is
of
acting
chatters.
funny now.
Okay, wait,
I
here.
accidentally button mashed.
See? I'll message it. Yeah.
What just happened to my game? I don't know. Let's see. Okay, I see
the
the chat.
code is CHXandro, I think.
Yeah.
I love my
this is
chat,
the-
but my chat stayed lurking.
Let me go. I think Thor is.
I think my game crashed. I'm scared.
Oh no.
Grab someone and pull them down? Oh my god. You're so evil, Rasu. Rasu, do you want to come play?
Well, honestly, that's one of the ways you can play this game. So there's a
Yeah,
grab
Joe, a
button
lot of
for
people
reason,
a lot
you
of
know?
people lurk on my
Yo,
stream.
Been in. I don't know what that means.
Grabbing?
Hey, what the fuck you do? Hey, MK, how's it going? MK, did you want to join in?
I'll rejoin the lobby and I had to
The
restart my
grab
game.
button. We playing that Fall Guys fuck around and find out edition.
How's it going?
Around and
MK?
find
Fuck around and find
I
out.
hope you're having a good day. The bean trails have started. Ayo. Yo, Spooking, how are you?
Okay, you guys are too
I heard-
good. Someone
I
grab
heard from Thor
someone.
that you guys are.
Someone
You
grab
guys have
someone.
the cosplay thing. going
Leo,
on.
grab
With
someone.
the, Demon
Is that
Slayer?
Leo? Leo still
How's
in
that
there?
going?
Yeah,
Oh.
Leo in there.
Hey, my dude's
Look
a
at him
god at
going.
Fall Guys.
Oh, yo.
Oh yeah.
Leo
What
is a
channel is it,
god.
VC?
Leo won.
W, hold
What?
that. W,
He's
hold
got
that.
music
Hold that
blasting. This bro's not
I'm a
even
winner.
playing.
I'm a winner.
He
I'm
came
a
here to
winner.
win. That's the
I
only
want my
reason why
pony
he's here.
song, man.
Oh my
I want
god.
my pony song. How do you get there? Let me see. CHX. Yeah. All right. I'm in.
Rossi,
Every
you
time I
want to
hear that-
join?
Go, DM me if you can. Yeah, no, just go. Yeah, Joey, just go to the standby room, and either me or Kimchi will like drag you right in.
Uncle Joe, that W was for you.
Ew, you call him Uncle
Joe.
Joe? No.
Uncle.
That's everybody's uncle.
Blech. I'll be here soon for a beam. Just doing some gardening work. Oh yeah. Do what you gotta do, MK, for sure. And Spooking, I hope you feel better. I'm sorry to hear that you're currently sick right now. Happy Memorial Day. Hey, yeah, happy
Drink
Memorial
pickle
Day to you,
juice, you'll
man,
feel
for
way
sure.
better.
Why you keep calling me that? Then you'll see my space chicken flying. Oh hell yeah, dude.
Every time we hit that Fall Guys.
What's so bad about Joe being an uncle, Kimchi?
Hmm?
No,
Okay,
Joe
so
said, what's so
if-
bad about him being an uncle?
Well,
So if Joe is
Nothing?
if Joe is my brother, then that means like Jiro is no.
What?
No.
Twitch fam, we taking this a little too personally. Let's stop.
He said,
Wait, what?
That's crazy.
What
Maybe
does that
30
make us,
minutes?
If that was
Yeah.
me, I wouldn't let that slide personally.
Yeah, yeah,
Me
yeah.
personally, I
wouldn't let that slide.
Me
neither.
personally? Hold on,
I
let me
would take
grab you
that
in here,
personally.
Joey.
That's crazy.
Welcome in.
We're
in a Namu's
which one should we
chat,
do
by the
next?
way. Where's Rasu? I'm trying to invite Rasu into here.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Uncle Namu?
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Wait, I've
Oh,
never
God.
tried this before. Spiral of Woo. Anyone want to give that a try?
That sounds
That sounds what?
disorienting as fuck. We could try it. Okay,
also,
for sure.
Let me put the,
No
put the
worries.
code up there.
one, we should
Spider,
do.
if you have this game, you're more than welcome to join in. As
Joe,
well.
where are you?
Come on, Joe.
Yo, bro.
Joe,
Mamo.
Joe.
After this one,
Oh.
we should do perfect match.
What's a perfect match?
It's like a memory game.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that one. I've seen it a few times.
Kimchi.
What? I didn't do
I'm
anything.
myself out in my own
I'm
stream,
streaming.
man.
I'm streaming now.
No, you're not. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, you are, but you're like. You just okay.
Oh, see,
if two-
that was
if
a
two-
good clip.
If two people have to play this game, we can do that too. There. Boom.
Dude, I pressed Q. I'm so mad. I'm just gonna go up and down.
Got you, fam.
Dude, I'm so pissed at this guy.
Oh my god.
He gets me every single time. It's like.
What's a clip? What's a clip?
Me failing at a video game. The usual.
The usual.
Wait, do we got more people joining in?
What's the grab
We can
button?
start.
Which one? Which one are you using? Are you using a controller or mouse?
No. Don't tell him that. He got to figure it out the hard way. Just tell me which one. Which one?
I'm using a Nintendo Switch
Oh.
controller.
Wait,
Yeah, I
hold
can't
on.
help you, boss,
Rasu's.
sorry.
It
Ross
might
is
be one
joining.
of the
We
triggers.
can't help the opposition.
Nama, you hear me?
Yeah. What?
Rasu's joining. Give us a sec.
Okay. Cool. Okay. I'm gonna wait. I'm balls even at the Zelda. No, you're totally.
Hey,
what console do you play it on? Well, I'm doing this on the PC, but this is a cross-play game, so you're like, so we can actually like play this together for sure. Hey, the Veins, how's it going? If I'm saying it right, this is the first time I got you,
My
Cash.
hair's
How's it
so
going?
long.
It's going good. It's going good. How about
I
you?
need to chop it.
How's your day going? That legend done changed since I last played. Dude, they actually changed a lot of things. You can actually like create your own maps here now. So I think that's actually pretty cool.
Were you able to get in, Rasu?
I think Rasu is in my Discord as well. So if he wants to like join the voice chat, he's more than welcome to. Oh, I see.
There he
one joining
is.
it. Yep. I see him.
Nice.
Oh my god.
I think he's not gonna be in the voice chat.
Okay.
He's
okay,
in
gotcha.
he's chatting with friends.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Sorry.
11 people? This means my chances have dwindled down. I only had 1% earlier,
Let's see
now
how
I
this
have
goes.
half.
Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
May I borrow someone's brain cells, please? Brain
No, I
cells
would-
spare?
You know, I would give you mine, but I don't think that's physically possible.
It's the thought that counts, you know?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. What is this? Viral of Woo.
Another one that I'm gonna die in.
Oh, is this another custom?
No, it's
Is that a claw machine?
it's what they made.
Whoa, 1.5 million people played this. Wow.
Joe only
This is
has
gonna be a
3
little
brain
bit,
cells.
What? The
No, Santa down.
What? I'm
Yo,
gonna
look
catch
at
Leo.
Leo
I'm gonna
go.
go get Leo. Come here.
Leo's fucking
I'ma
boss
grab
at
him.
this game.
Leo,
Is that why
I
he's
gotta
like
grab
quiet
him, bro.
right now? So he's
I'm
so
last.
He's just like
Full sweat
concentrated?
mode. Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
coming for you,
Oh
Leo.
my
What's
god! I
up,
did
bro?
not see those arrows.
Bro,
Try
he's
to grab
sweaty
him.
right now.
Come here.
Get away from me, bro.
I want to grab you. Come
I
on.
want to give you a hug.
Oh no. You think I got?
Who's behind me? Get away!
No. No.
Oh shit.
And I am not sweating. I am just casually playing.
What?
You
We
sure
don't
about
believe
that?
that. We
I'm
don't
sure
believe
about that.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh, Jima won.
Ah!
No, it didn't.
He did. Momo got second. Oh no, Russell got
Oh,
second.
shit.
Momo got third. Ken's got 4th. Leo got 5th.
Well, I'm getting last, just letting you guys know ahead of time.
Come on, Joe, join us, man. Join us.
No, Nama, leave!
It's all good. I hear people call me all random things, but it's all to call Alex. Okay, I got you. I usually just like I just call them by their Twitch name. I usually don't like call them by their real names. I don't know. It's just like just a respect for me, just to like not dox anyone out or whatnot. I don't know. But that's just me. Like I know Kimchi's like name is like Misa, but sometimes I just like don't call her Misa out loud while I'm like streaming. And who's this? Oh,
Also,
Joey.
it's easier because then if you can understand whose name tag.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah. Jiro, I will, but my nephew decided to come over my house again.
Wait, I won this one?
Okay.
What?
I think if you complete it, you're all winners. See, I like these ones.
We're all winners here.
We gotta do something that doesn't like.
Even if you're dead last, you're
You're such a winner.
Namo.
Which one was it again?
Perfect match. Do that one.
I don't see perfect match around here though. That's.
She likes the participation trophy. Hey, I may not add to the very ending, you know, but may not be the quickest one, but I'll get there.
Perfect match. Yeah, I don't see perfect match around here for some reason.
I got about a couple more left because I got the daughter here. I gotta go do something.
Yeah. I'll just create some. I'll just do a playlist and see how that goes. Start. Okay, I can just like start right now, and if anybody else would want to join in, just let me know or let Kimchi know.
Take the daughter, aka spend more money.
Where are you going?
I don't
Not to
know.
California, that's for fucking sure.
For sure. That's a hard pass. Jeez, I didn't know it was that expensive.
No, it's pretty bad.
Oh, this one looks cool. What is this?
Winding walkways. No idea.
But our minimum wage is pretty high, though. It still doesn't compensate for everything
Please
else.
do the door. Oh, yes. I feel like I'm gonna get grabbed.
Oh, I didn't know that thing blocks you.
I got absolutely obliterated.
It's Rainbow Road.
Fuck
This isn't
my
Mario Kart.
life.
Captain.
Leo!
I am not sorry.
Oh no!
Yeah,
it hurts.
Deviant. Okay, gotcha. God damn it, okay.
Oh, fuck my life. My timing is so bad.
Me back.
So Leo gave us a fucking...
What?
He gave it. He was at the start for like a whole 10 minutes, right? So that he could give us a head start, so he could still win the end anyway. No. He was giving us a head start, and he's still gonna fucking win.
If I catch up, I mean, you know, it is what it is, I guess.
Oh, come on.
That's unfortunate. I saw that.
Bro! How are you dusting me? You started 10 minutes later. Oh, that's damn right. That's for fucking sure. No, me too.
That's what I get. That's what I get.
Oh, God. Wait, Kimchi, I was by you?
Yeah, I'm right next. I'm right behind
No.
you. I just seen you get sniped.
I slipped down the fucking butter.
That's what she said. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
What?
I heard that.
Heard what?
Uh-huh. Yeah,
No crimes committed here.
Wait, somebody finished?
Yeah, don't know who though.
Summer's here and the music is on.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
Yes. Alright.
You are what you say you are.
Why do I keep screaming?
Summer's here
Leo!
Oh, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Oh my god, only one more can qualify. Ah, damn.
No!
I took the last spot.
Damn, I had hella more. Can we do that one again?
That was good.
I never thought I could get pissed off by an arcade game.
I want to do that one again. That was fun.
What's this? Liam?
Who's Liam?
That's the name of this one.
Rosu, stop laughing at me.
Oh shoot! What is
Ooh.
that?
Oh, what the heck?
Is that? I'm scared.
Only one can be qualified.
Only one?
You guys are too
Hey,
fast.
Bae, how's it
is
going?
that a Santa suit?
Playing 7 days with
Who's Senna?
Manus and PC
Haiku?
Survivor now. You hire in single player. It's like a whole new
Senna's
game
fast.
control. Wait, is that a mod, Bae?
Oh my
I
god.
thought it's actually part of the
Senna's
update.
fast as fuck.
Yeah, he is.
Santa's trying to win.
God.
Damn. Oh no, Santa.
Oh,
no,
no,
Santa.
Oh shit, it's right there. It's right there.
Momo,
it's right
go,
there.
Momo.
It's right there. Oh my
Yes.
Hey,
Speed
too many damn
running.
cookies. Santa wasn't winning this one.
No.
Santa ate too many cookies, guys.
Mod the update is based on. Oh shit. We'll see the mods.
That one was fun though.
That was super fun.
I mean, if you have Fall Guys, you can join in if you like, and that's the same with anybody else here on the chat or on Kimchi's chat. What should we do next, guys?
Can you maybe find Jump Club?
Jump Club.
I don't know. Maybe it's there. I don't know.
Looking
It
for
should
it
be
right
there.
now. Jump Club. Gonna play around with you. Okay. The code is up. I don't know if you can see the code, but the code is right
I'll
here,
grab it.
THXM1.
Oh.
So I heard a loud breaking sound in my house, and I turned around. Sure enough, my daughter did it. I don't know what she did.
What'd she do?
What'd she do?
Oh.
Take long. Okay, gotcha.
It's probably gonna be a while before I find it. There's a complete disaster in the room. I was like, "Wow, little girl!" It's like 5 minutes
But
ago.
yeah, come on. I don't see.
I thought she was taking a nap.
No, she was faking.
Sounds like fun time.
fun time.
Mini G bro is
ultra.
Do you see a lot of what you did when you're younger?
probably worse.
Worse?
50% already down. That was fast.
What?
Yeah, I don't think like this game requires you to have like a lot of
So curious.
cloud storage.
Oh,
She definitely
curious.
stole my
Yeah.
charm. You definitely got my charm.
Oh.
It's installed. Okay, I got you, Bae. All you have to do is just go, just press play, go to the lobby tab, join in, and there's the code right here.
So we're picking up one more person?
Yep.
Anyone
Bae.
else? Did you want to join the Discord chat? You can go to the standby room.
Oh, of course, Bae. And like Kimchi said, we are also in the Discord chat, so if you want to join in, you're more than welcome to. And Kimchi, how long are you gonna stream?
I'm trying to ask my mom what time she wants to go to the base, but I don't know. So it depends on basically my mom.
Okay, gotcha.
I don't know what time they wake up, so.
Yeah, she's like, "Nah, Daddy, I ain't gonna take no nap. You're gonna take me to buy something." All right. Well.
Oh my god. Spoiled.
Yeah.
Make sure she knows exactly what I want too, so that you can get it for me. Just kidding.
You know, funny thing is, some of my friends are like, "How do I sign up to be one of your kids? How? How do I get in?"
Yep. We gotta do that.
Yeah, that little girl, she has. Yes.
Invite you. Wait, can you not get in the list here, or hold up?
How have I not done this?
This Actually, let me just go ahead and just like.
So
Thank
bad
you,
that I haven't
Ballsy.
done this yet.
So it's like the bottom. Thank you for following, Carmen. I appreciate that. Welcome to the Kimchi crew.
I'm so sorry.
Carla
I thought I followed you, like,
1705
so
is
long
now
ago.
following.
Oh, were you entering?
I mean, you
though?
probably did, but I think
so
sometimes it like takes people off. I don't know.
So from the main menu, right? So from the main menu, you click on play, and then you go to the
custom tab.
lobby tab up top, and then
Enter code.
Yeah, and well, you have to click on join and then enter the code.
Well, while I'm here, I guess I'll just do this.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Oh, cool, Leo.
Okay.
Cool.
Ballsy, no.
Well, what did Bali say?
Be careful, little bro. Oh my God.
Keeps making fun of Cinequil.
That's enough soap. That's enough.
Could you
soap,
make fun of
little bro.
Cinequil?
Baby,
No, he's
that's
so
enough soap.
mean.
So cute.
Karma, no. Thank you. Stop.
That's funny.
That's so sweet.
It looks like an anteater went to Taco Bell.
No. Stop making fun of my son.
Oh no.
I'm dead. That's
I
funny.
have to ban some people.
Hey, hella trippy. How's
Ballsy
it going?
first.
How are you?
Rasu, no, it's not funny.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm farting.
Wait, Vay, did you still need? Oh,
That's crazy.
oh, I mean, Vay, did you still? Okay, there you go. I feel stop. Thank you.
So did Leo just left for
Now I'm banning you guys. I'm just kidding.
Bringing. Oh yeah, shit. Let me do that really
I have a
quick.
hangnail.
But yeah, hella, yeah, Trippy. If you have the Fall Guys game, you're more than welcome to like.
Oh,
join in
hey.
If you want to.
Hello.
Hey, babe. How's it going?
Is my voice working?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
I can hear you.
Hello.
Oh.
We can
Oh,
hear you.
Can they not hear us?
I don't know if he can hear us.
I can't hear
Oh.
you.
Has to set the volume. Okay, more water. I get it.
That's better. Now
You
I can
thirsty
hear everybody.
asses.
Hey, how you doing, babe?
Hey.
You got me. Ow.
Hey, again, Trippy, if you want to join, if you got Fall Guys and you want to join, then you're more than welcome to.
Silly. You hurting me.
Drink more water.
More water.
Should we
Oh my god.
Should we wait for Leo?
Wait, did he say he'd be back?
I heard him say it.
Said be right back.
Yeah.
We could probably run one real quick, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, more water? I'm gonna have to put a cap on this.
Fall Guys, but with hacks. Oh boy.
Yeah, this is definitely my last one. You hear this little girl? I told you. Boil.
Baking pancakes. Take some bacon, put it in a pancake.
Yeah, she
Baking pancakes, that's what it's gonna make.
Thank you for doing stretch. Last time I stretched, my shoulder popped though. It was so loud.
What are the keyboard controls again? I haven't played in like almost a year.
WSD, and then just use your what is it?
Crazy baby noises.
Left,
Yeah.
left. Use your.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh my god, what's wrong with my game? Oh, there it is. I didn't click on the game.
So left is
Who's
to
grabbing
grab,
me? Ow!
Right is to dive.
Are we grabbing?
Okay.
Oh, you
Is that how it's
grabbed
gonna
me.
go?
It hurts. Oh my god. Santa
shit.
is kicking ass again.
Oh, who's up
Bro,
there?
I gotta deliver the
Ken's up
presents.
there.
It's Christmas.
True.
Oh my gosh, I've not played in so long. This is really hard.
Hey yo, we can't hold back the Santa.
Oh shit!
I
Oh
gotta
shit!
give kids presents.
It's May right now. It's Memorial Day right now, Santa. It's too early.
No,
It's
the
early.
IRS.
The IRS. That's funny. Wow, I dodged that like crazy.
shit.
Oh no.
Dude, why is this one so hard?
No. Right here.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
No, why am I? What the?
No,
the watermelon, dude.
It's so bad.
Now I remember why I quit playing this game.
Whoa.
Gosh. So freaking hard.
Oh my god, I'm so disoriented right now. Fuck.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Whoever makes this is the goat.
What the heck?
How do I get past this?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Qualify.
Move, baby. Move. Go get your socks. Go get your shoes.
Woo! G-Bros in.
That was so fucking hard.
Especially like this part.
No,
Oh,
I fell off.
just standing there.
Attractive.
Die.
Rasu,
More blood.
Rosie, and they are the only one that has not finished it yet. Oh, what the heck?
Yeah.
So is everyone being a winner?
We win these.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh yeah, tax evasion.
Tax evasion.
The IRS got Santa.
No, they didn't.
Oh god.
Let's go. Oh, was that game?
Yeah, that was the game.
Damn, I looked away for like 2 seconds.
Oh, actually, I think I found a way to make this like, a little bit more random, I think.
Well, it was cool,
Solos, I
friends.
think?
I'll see y'all again. I gotta go
Thanks
take the
for
daughter.
playing with us, Chivo.
Alright.
Take
Take
care.
Take it easy.
Tell her I said hello.
Love you guys.
Love you too,
Love
man.
you.
All right, so I think I found a kind of like a playlist where it's gonna be a little bit random, so
Okay.
that's good.
RNG mini games. I'm just playing.
Yeah. Oh, hold on a second. I keep forgetting about that. Yeah. So if everybody, just have a code up there. If anybody wants to join in, you guys are more than welcome to. We're just gonna wait for a little bit.
Are you, just out of curiosity, are you just gonna be like doing this the whole stream, or are you gonna like do another like?
Probably not. I mean, it all depends on like how we're feeling and whatnot. I mean, I can if Kimchi's gonna do like a long stream, I can do like more Outlast with her because she needs to finish that.
Yeah, I do need to finish my solo trial.
Yeah.
Skill or popularity? Skill.
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 Definitely skill.
Oh shit, Rossi said warm up is over. I'm gonna whip that ass now.
Hey yo.
Is he serious now?
Is
Oh, fear.
We should
Just
do
make sure watch
Mario.
out for Ross now.
We should do Mario Kart later.
If I feel like it, yeah.
I mean, like Namu would dominate. I already know that, but like, it's still
I
fun
haven't played
game.
Mario Kart for a long time, and honestly,
That's-
like I also need to like focus on the Zelda game as well.
Oh, I haven't gotten that yet. Is it a good game?
I freaking love it.
Let's see.
Oh,
I feel like all those Zelda games are just
Would
like,
you rather have a chance to design
yeah.
a new toy or create a new TV show?
Create a new TV show.
Yeah, TV show.
toy. TV shows are too much work, and having something of sentimental value would be kind of cool.
Mm.
Roll off.
No, I don't like these ones. These ones are my least favorite.
Oh, dude, I want that like, what is it? That goose one. Untitled Goose Game.
Oh, that game's fun.
I just seen someone fall.
Faye and Karma got off.
Gosh darn it.
Yo, stop grabbing.
No,
Santa.
no, no,
Hands
no!
off the
Don't
merchandise.
grab.
You can put on the naughty list.
There's
Oh,
way
shit,
too many
Angel Mullet.
Santa Santa references.
just never mind.
It's going faster.
Hey, how's it going, Canthric? I don't know how you're playing Chill Falls Place first, but if I can join you before too long, I will. Hey, yeah, you're more than welcome to join in, Canthric. And also, you can give yourself a shout out if you like. Glad to see you here. How are you doing, Canthric? Oh my god.
Damn, Santa got some skills.
Okay.
Freaking Momo.
You guys go around.
Oh, I didn't know the game had started while I'm
Momo killed
falling
me.
asleep.
Ballsy's gone.
Oh, someone should give Santa a hug.
You should keep your advice to yourself. That's
Tears just coming back and haven't got myself, so yeah.
I refuse to sit on Santa's lap.
Again, like, you're more than welcome to join in the Fall Guys game. We got Kimchi, Ballsy, Haiku, and Joey here.
Nah, don't keep putting your hands on Santa. Get your grubby mitts off me.
Don't. No touch.
Oh my god, Ross. Oh, Ross.
No touchy. No touchy.
Dang.
Wait, who won?
No way.
Not Santa won?
Let's go. I finally won something.
Christmas miracle.
It's a Christmas miracle. I'm dead.
Oh, that was only one time.
True
thing. Okay.
though. True. Thanks, Santa.
The best
Now, you wanna know what's
ever.
crazy is there's some people that are already putting
you
up
for
like
hydrating.
decorations and stuff, and I'm like, bro, it's May. Let it get to at least October before you start putting up the trees and stuff. And then there's some people that don't even take them down. I'm like, yo, you lazy as hell.
Hopscotch Havoc. Phil, how's it going? How are you? Can I have a shout out for Phil? Oh wait, it's gonna be only up to 10. What the heck? Still a little bit. What is this? 2 rounds of basketball. Oh, this is like a team game.
Haiku, you're so fast. I was trying my best.
Oh, you're good.
Alright, is there like a game that's not up to 10 players? What the heck?
Thank you for the lurk. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Wrong chat, my chihuahuas. No, you're good. You're good, Phil. How are you? And also, happy Memorial Day to you. Let's try this one actually.
Which one
Anybody
are we
else
trying?
want to join in? You guys are more than welcome to. The IB code is up there. It's CHXM1. And yeah, Phil, Canthric, if you guys are if you guys want to join, I know Canthric is just right now settling, but Phil, if you want to join in, you're more than welcome to.
Namu. Look in general.
Why?
Just
What's
wait.
up?
I want to show you something.
My chat is keeping me hydrated. I have to use the restroom. I'll be back.
Oh, that's cute.
I blame you, chat.
Oh.
I blame you.
So my dad went to pick up a pool for the summer, and there was this lady with a bunch of like 8-week-old German shepherds.
Aw.
Yep, I took a picture of one just because I asked them if I could, but then they said yes, and there were like about 10 of them. They were all so
Oh,
cute.
it's a munchkin.
Oh, wow.
It's so small.
I have more photos of them. Here's another one.
That's cute.
Merry
Yeah, happy
Christmas.
Memorial Day, Phil. What you doing on your Memorial Day weekend? Hey, let me go ahead and just start.
Ah, what the?
All right, no races, just straight up survival.
Do these explode?
It's this
Oh, yeah, they
one
explode.
with bombs.
They explode? Okay. Can we pick them up and eat it?
Yeah, you can
Yeah,
do
we
that.
can.
Yes. Can't put my balls in your balls.
That's funny. Yo, let me go.
Yo, I just took away the bomb from Ballsy.
That's not fun.
Happy reverse Christmas. Oh God.
No.
We give gifts to Santa.
No, we can't be doing that. It's the other way around. I'm supposed to give y'all gifts. Oh shit, Santa blew up. No. Yo, Santa's alive.
Without the reindeers. Oh God. Oh my God. I
I'm
could
gonna give y'all the grandma
there.
treatment. Holy shit. I just got 2 out. No, I got Joey out. My bad, Joey. I didn't mean it.
Oh my.
Maybe I meant it a little bit.
Oh boy. Oh boy, don't push me.
Hi, Kimchi.
Don't. No touchy.
Long live the king.
No. Oh my God, I'm almost falling off.
Santa lives.
Oh my God, why would you do
no.
that? Me?
Okay,
No. Why?
totally got
Hello? Oh fuck. I was tabbed out.
Wait, what? Rosie, hi, how's it going?
I was fucking tabbed out. This is
Oh, no.
bullshit.
Shout out for Rosie Gaming 19.
There's 2 here.
Also eating, but also vibing. Ooh, what are you eating, Phil? What you eating?
Followed you, Rosie. Here's your shout out.
Yo, Santa's tanking these.
Come join us if you can.
But yeah, Rosie, if you got if you have Fall Guys, you're more than welcome to join in.
This jacket's made out of Kevlar.
Santa Claus is still alive. What kind
Where's
of Christmas story
Rashu?
is this?
Oh, Rashu, you're done?
Oh, barbecue here. Oh, hell yeah, dude.
Oh no!
GG.
You're still warming up? Rasu.
I keep the change, you filthy animal.
Alright, so this next game is gonna be Rasu's. Okay, Rasu, you know what? I'll let you choose which one like you want to do. Like, do you want to do a race or do you want to do a like survival stuff? What do you want to do?
Rasu gets to
That was
pick.
awesome. Yeah, Rosie's in chat. Yeah, because he said do that one again. Okay, he wants to do that one again.
All right. That one was
Oh,
fun.
great. Okay, yeah, this time I'll be here. I was in the bathroom.
Again.
I got like 2 more in me, and then I just gotta skedaddle.
Okay, I gotcha.
Fuck, we should have played Among Us, Namu.
I'm not that big into Among Us though.
Oh, you don't like it?
Yeah.
Only because I was AFK. Aw, Rasu is too sweet. How do you grab things?
Are you controller or mouse and keyboard?
Controller.
Yeah, I
Right
forgot.
bumper. Or right trigger.
Yo, Rasu immediately targeted me.
That's for starting without me.
No, shit, Santa dead.
Oh shit!
It's the nightmare before Christmas.
Oh!
This is Halloween. This is Halloween.
I threw it away.
Okay.
Gotta go pay my buddy Jack a visit.
There can't be only one. Oh shit!
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh no! Kimchi, you're playing very dangerously.
No!
I told you.
Who was that? Who was that?
I have no idea. I just saw. I was just watching you, and you're just like right at the edge.
I like to live life on the edge.
Living
I'm
like
on the edge of glory.
This one's funny though. Oh, double elim.
Yo,
Wait,
did Rossa just
wait.
win?
I think Rossa
Rossa just
won.
won.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Look at that
shit.
tan line.
It's proof that the mullet should still stay out of style.
Oh god, that was hella funny.
Motherfucker looks like soft serve ice cream.
With a tan.
With a tan.
What else you guys want to try out?
I'd like to
Wait,
do
I
one more
knew it
race
was you,
one.
Rasu. I didn't want to say it.
It's a prismatic. Oh, we have.
Rasu killed me.
Parade.
Banning Rasu.
Damn.
I know. Streamers shouldn't put that as their default threat.
What? Boom Blaster Trial.
I thought you were gonna say Boom Man, and I was like, no.
Not Boom.
No.
Boom Man here.
No.
Oh, actually, I actually want to try this. The Tiptoe Tournament.
Okay.
That looks.
So whoever's last wins is we tiptoe into the finish line. Thank you for the hydrate.
I'm playing the long game. You're gonna be AFK.
Again.
In like
Oh,
3 or
we
5
need one.
minutes.
We need one more player to start this, and I think someone just left.
We need one more player.
Yeah, it says here like 10, at least 10 players should start.
Joe, where are you? Should I text him?
Unc, we need you.
Lando's at school, huh? No, he does he have
it's
school today?
Memorial Day.
No, he said he had school, unless he was lying.
Really?
That's what he said. I don't know.
Well, this one needs 10, 20 players.
Unless he's a
starts as well.
liver. How dare you lie to me?
Bibber.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need some like. Oh, this one's. Oh wait, no, we've already done this before though. Trying to find the one that we haven't done.
That's Spiral.
Fortress.
Ooh.
Alex. This Ron has a special sauce.
What?
Okay.
That's the wrong song. This thing is slow.
All right, if anybody would like to join in, I'm just gonna give you guys like a minute to join in. If not, we're just gonna go ahead and start. Oh man.
Still the wrong song.
This one's gonna be my last one. I'm watching a movie after this one.
Oh, what movie?
Aliens 2.
Aliens?
Ooh.
Yeah, like the old one with
Oh, okay.
what's her name?
Yeah, I forgot her name too.
Wait, you talking about the actress in Aliens?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Sigourney.
Sigourney Weaver.
Yeah, yeah.
My brother is very excited for there was this new Meg trailer that came out like I don't know, like a week or two ago.
Oh yeah, the Megalodon movie?
Yeah, the second one. He's very excited for when it's gonna come out or whenever it comes out. He loved the first movie.
Nice.
I forgot who stars it though. Like
Jason Statham.
Yeah.
Go ahead and just start this one.
We starting?
Yep. This has been a while now.
Fortress.
Bum, bum, bum.
I don't know how to pronounce that.
Dude, what time is my mother waking up? What the heck? Wake up, mother.
They're making a new Aliens movie. Apparently, it's based off of the game, the Alien
shit,
Isolation.
really?
Yep.
That's sick. Oh, I gotta get that game again. It's been so long since I played it.
I've never finished it. It's like too intense for me.
Yeah, the first time remember playing it. I was like a kid, and the anxiety of just like being found by the alien, or just like running out of resources to kill one.
Right?
Oh God, what
it
is
seems like
this?
it's just too smart. Like it just knows where you're at.
It looks pretty short. This course.
Oh shit.
Oh, what the heck? How do we get? Oh.
Yo, this map maker got jokes, huh?
Ouch. Wait, on my screen, Roster is just like dragging himself on the floor.
What?
Yeah, he's just like face down and just like kept on running. Oh, that was actually a pretty easy one.
Yeah, if I qualified, that was easy then.
Wait, Joey's doing something.
Oh my God.
No, Joey, don't do it. Oh.
Vay, on my screen, it looks like you tripped, fell forward, and got that.
Yeah, no, it's on my screen as well.
Yeah, I did.
Same.
I slipped on a banana, and then I was a millionaire.
That was very easy.
That was fun.
That was fast.
Well, thanks for the games, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Thanks for the game.
Sure.
Yep. GG. I'm gonna
Take
cut out.
care.
Thank you.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Got the most popular. Oh, okay.
7 players left. Who's still in?
Oh, this one's
Okay.
like, okay, so Faye's in, Karma's in, Ken's in, Joey's in, and Russ is in.
Leo
you
left
can, like,
us.
I'm not sure, but like, is there a way that you can like look at just random like custom courses, or do you have to have a code for it?
I think I actually have a code for it.
You do?
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you could just look at random people's custom thingies.
I mean, I'm pretty sure
Okay.
there's like a site or like a Reddit page where like people just like
Posters.
Yeah, they just like leave behind the codes and whatnot.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. If it's just only us 6, or if anybody else want to join in, you guys are more than welcome to.
Ooh.
No, I mean we can just like start right now, and then like if anybody else want to join in, they can just like ask for the lobby code and whatnot.
Let's
But maybe
look
later,
for
Kimchi,
Fall
if you
Guys.
maybe later, Kimchi, if we're gonna switch games, do you want to do you want to do Outlast Trials?
Yeah, I can switch with you, yeah.
Okay.
I
Thank
need
you
to
so
get
much
to level 20.
Yeah, you do. And yo, J-Rock, thank you so much for the biddies. Really appreciate it. How are you? Can we have a shout out for J-Rock's here? What's up? I'm doing good. I'm doing good on the Labor Day weekend. How about you?
We're starting, aren't
Oh
we?
my god. Whoa.
I was shouting
Thank you,
out.
Kimchi.
I was shouting out.
Osh.
Whee!
Hey, J-Rock, do you have Fall Guys?
I'm hella dead last right now.
Ah!
Oh fuck.
Yeah,
Can we
that's
do
one,
that
that's
again?
one.
I was shouting
we
someone
can do it again.
out.
We can do it again.
awesome.
Yay.
Just hanging out, and yeah, like
Hey,
yeah, if you
kitten.
have the game, you're more than welcome to join in.
Again.
Wait, I forgot the name of this. I forgot the name of it though. Oh wait, no, it was part of the creator round. It was part of the creator round playlist, so I don't remember which one it was.
Some belly floppers thing.
Is it belly floppers?
Something with your belly, or I don't know.
Belly flopper. I don't see it anywhere here.
It's okay, we can play a different one.
Yeah. Cyber Socket. Oh, what's the ice try? Oh, you need 10. Why is the most of them that requires 10?
It probably has like a minimum amount of qualifiers or something.
Yeah, probably. Oh, we can try this one.
Next one is my last one. Okay, Rasu, thank you for letting us know. And playing. And then killing me. Gosh. Oh, no.
no love for kimchi.
Never. Getting locked out of doors and shit. Oh my gosh.
Avoid the rhinos. Oh boy.
Yep.
Well.
Why is he only after me? Wait.
Wait, if I just stay still, I'll be totally fine. Yep. If I stay still, I'll be totally fine. Rasu, don't do Rasu! God damn it.
Oh god, that was hella funny.
I'm gonna remember this, Rasu.
Good job, Rasu.
I know.
Stomping ground. Oh jeez. Oh! 3? Okay.
Have fun with that.
And fans.
Oh no! Oh,
I
fuck.
saw that.
I got blitzed from 2 sides. Rosso, Rossi, you better win this one.
Oh, I hope Rasu doesn't win this one. Where's Rasu?
Well, he's leaving after this.
Killed.
Oh,
How,
wow,
Rasu? What the
lucky.
hell?
Oh, same with the oh my god, Ken's just being beaten up. Okay, never mind, Ken's gone.
Good job, everyone. Tan lines won.
Tan lines won.
Report player.
Hacks.
Hacking. Thanks for playing with us. That was funny. Yeah. 5-player game. What can we play with 5 players?
Oh, I mean, why not? We'll just like do a couple of ones, and then like after that, we'll just switch into Outlast.
Okay.
Namu, if I
Yes.
give you a code that I found on the internet, would you do it?
If it's a good one, yeah.
All right then. Let me find it. Okay. Do I just say it to you?
You can just put it on chat.
Okay, then. Let me just copy this. Copy.
Rossi's probably gonna go play Final Fantasy.
And then we're gonna.
Still need to get back into that game. Goddamn.
All right, there it is, Namu.
Namu, I dumped money into it, and then I played for like 2 weeks, and that was it.
Stream.
Yeah. Man, I need to get ready for a new raid tomorrow. Of
Solo,
course.
full
Take care,
tilt
have
rage.
fun, okay?
Oh wait, no, this is only for one person though.
Solo?
Yeah, it says 1 person max, so
Well,
definitely we can't do that
my life,
right now.
My life. Okay.
Oh, that's all good.
Okay, wait.
What was I doing before?
Let me. All right, try this one then.
Oh, I already started it. My bad. I mean, yeah, you just put it on the chat, but I can like check it out later.
Connecting to surveyor. Where'd Ballsy go? Is Ballsy still playing?
No, he dipped out.
Oh, okay. This is sleepy time for Ballsy.
I think so, yeah.
How do I get eyeliner like this person? Oh, geez. How many of us are there?
5.
Oh, that's not a jump.
Oh God. I think me and Joy has like the same.
Oh fuck.
Almost have like the same. What's this? Skin. Ah, God damn it.
Oh no! It's so slippery.
Gosh.
Oh my God.
No, no,
oh,
no,
yo,
please!
Me and Joey are neck to neck right now.
I don't think I'm gonna make it past this part, the front. Oh fuck. I keep falling. Yeah, there's no fucking way.
Oh my God. No, 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 no.
Nope.
Okay, I screwed myself on this one.
I don't know how to get past the spinning axes.
Oh.
I have 15 seconds.
Nope.
Push me. Oh. Oh my God, watermelon. Why? Watermelon, please. Oh,
Oh shit! I can't even do this at all anymore.
How did you
I don't even know how to jump.
Damn. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my. Okay. Nope. At least I see the finish line. Oh.
No! Come
I
on.
almost made it.
So close.
I'm the opposite of
Damn it.
pro streamer.
Ah, no.
Damn.
Wait, who made it? Like him
That
and
was
who
really
else?
hard. Good job.
Hands up, beautiful Bob.
Report player. Just
Report
kidding.
player.
Report.
Report on Deadly Kittens. Hacking.
Didn't let me win. So I told my mother and she wrote a very long message saying, "Be nice to my son." Do you remember those memes where they're like keep killing the kid from like Call of Duty or something? And then the mom gets mad and is like, "Let my son play."
I have not.
No? Oh, shit's so funny.
Real fake doors. DoorDash but different. Okay, I think we can do this one.
DoorDash different? What?
Hey, yo, Lando, how you doing?
Lando, we were just
Lando's
speaking
here.
of you.
Yeah, well, we were thinking about like doing Outlast trials soon.
Yeah.
How are you, man?
We're gonna try to get me to level 20.
I got another one after this one, if you guys want to.
Oh. Yeah, okay. It's actually pretty cool that now that you get to see some like, was it some creative maps and whatnot. Just got back from mini golfing. Hey, did you win?
Did you have fun? That's what I was gonna say.
Thank you for the games.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, are you done?
Yeah, I'm gonna go watch Mario.
Oh,
Okay.
yo, have fun with that. Oh my God.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Wait, what are we supposed to do?
Oh, I think we're supposed to like go to the bounce off and then reach to the oh my God, how come on.
How do you guys get up there?
I think we had to like
No.
keep bouncing onto the door.
Oh fuck, I fell. Damn it.
You got the most points? Wait. Aren't you supposed to have the least amount of points, Lando?
Oh fuck.
Kittens!
Huh?
Kittens, come back! Stop hacking!
This is so hard.
I see you hacking!
I know.
Oh, wait, what the heck?
I'll go through that one.
Jesus. Namush, I won.
No! Oh, almost fell.
You're supposed to have the
What
least
is
amount.
this?
Oh my god. You're supposed to have the least amount of points though, Lando. Oh wait, we had to like jump. Okay.
Oh my god.
Wow, this is actually pretty hard.
Oh no.
What the hell?
Jump.
Oh.
I fell too.
No! Wait, what the hell? This is so hard.
Okay, we just have to like jump. Oh my god.
We're just all clustered though. That's what makes it. Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh shit. I don't know that.
No other game is like that, so I won.
Oh.
You lost, and it's okay if you lost. At least you can learn. You can learn better how to play it. Joey!
Oh, some bullshit.
Oh gosh.
Damn. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Kittens, please.
It gets easier at the
I
end
made
there.
it!
Oh, it does. Yeah.
It's way easier.
I saw. I was like,
It
what
looks
the
like it's gonna be
Yay.
impossible, and then it's like, oh no, it's just like the first three.
But you're so like cautious though. You're like, wait, what's going on?
I was-
Sorry
yeah,
for
I was
always
super
targeting
I
you,
was like, I didn't wanna
Namu. Rasu, you're not
Because I
sorry.
wasn't sure what was on the other side.
Rasu, you're not sorry.
But hey, Joey, you got at least you won that one.
I got a couple dubs.
Yeah.
Alright.
And some
another
hacking.
one.
Took a couple
Yeah.
dubs.
This one is Digital Death Run. Zoom your way across the slime slides to reach the finish line. Oh, so this pretty much is another race here.
You're not Rasu, of course.
And if anybody wants to join in, just let me know on chat.
Bepis is streaming, and so is Rosie.
Pretty sure the details to this said it was like a very hard one, so.
This one?
Hey, we love a challenge.
Oh my
yeah,
god,
we
I'm
always
getting
love
cold.
a challenge. Yo, this was made by Barbecue Master.
Master Otter. Leo said,
Oh,
I'll be right
Master
back, and
Otter.
then he said, thanks for the
Master
games,
Otter.
bye. Oh, what the hell?
Whee! Oh my god!
Oh shit! Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Oh shit! Ah, wait, how was
Oh,
this?
how? How, bro?
VHS. I was talking about with Joe, and it seems right up your alley. Yeah, VHS was a thing when I was in elementary school. Why? Oh god damn it!
I just see us
Lightning right up
falling
my
over and
alley.
over again. Wait a minute, guys. I don't.
Aw,
I
shit.
think that's a debate. I think we're supposed to go to the side.
Are we?
No, never mind. No, it's too far. How?
That is okay.
I think this is way too hard.
Oh my gosh, this is really hard.
Oh my god! Thank you for following, Amelia! I appreciate you. Welcome to the Kimchi Crew.
Amelia
Oh my
8100
God.
is
I'm
not
doing great.
funny.
How are you? Okay.
Wait, what are we supposed to be doing here?
Fucking falling, guys.
Is this
Get
is
it?
this is this a troll map?
I think
No.
so.
Do we have to like figure out
How's your
like
stream
how to
going? So
like
far, so good.
break the system? Oh wait, hold on a second. I tried.
I just rolled off into space.
Oh, video horse. Oh, wait. The game. I thought you meant like the
Shit.
those like those
This isn't
big ass
working.
tape thingies.
Oh shit. Amelia, do you play Fall Guys?
I think I've heard of it. So I saw one streamer play it. Jamiki.
What? Dude, I only hit that
Wait.
thing once. I don't need anything. Thank you so much, Amelia.
This is one.
Oh my god.
Okay, hold on.
No, thank you.
Wait, I didn't meet you.
Whoever
like,
made this
live.
map is a sick individual.
What the fuck? Where am I supposed to go after that?
It's VHS,
Okay.
so I thought you meant like the I thought
That
you meant
way.
the tapes itself.
Wait, where are you supposed to go after this one? It goes in a fucking circle.
I mean, if you're
bro.
gonna talk about the game, then you should have said like about the game, not just the VHS.
What does VHS stand for?
Video something.
Oh.
It's been a while since I've like known what it actually meant.
Shit. I don't like this one.
Because it's too challenging for you.
What?
Okay, no, we just had to figure out like what happens.
Have
after
you gone
we hit
anywhere?
It goes right, I think.
I thought it goes
Like,
up.
It's just right.
Okay, I'm not gonna like dive. I'm just gonna like. Oh, I almost had it.
Yeah, you can. If you just walk it and then.
Oh my god.
Keep falling though.
Cheat game.
Oh, damn it!
Where'd you?
It actually bounces.
Yeah, I know, but then you have to make it all the way to that one in
Oh
the
my
far back.
God.
That's so hard.
Oh my
Oh god, I just keep getting trashed. Little guy, land on your feet, damn it.
Nah, damn it.
We got 10 seconds.
Oh no.
Whoever's
almost
very
finished.
far in the tank. We're doing great, guys. We're doing great. It's so
Almost
good.
got past the first obstacle. That one is so hard.
Oh,
Eliminated.
jeez.
Did no one win?
No way.
Okay,
The creator
next.
has beaten us.
I'm
Played for
posted.
47 hours by myself with no friends, and it's fun as fuck. Yo, I'll definitely check it out for sure.
So I posted another one in the chat. It's like the newest one of the numbers. I think.
Did you? I don't see anything new.
Let me just double check.
Bum, 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 bum.
Yeah. Let me redo it then. Wait a moment.
Let's do another this or that.
This or that.
All right, I think I posted it.
All right.
Wait, is that the one? Okay, just try it.
Car or bike? Car. Biking requires work.
Okay.
Oh.
No.
Code. Joe said you guys looked at it back in the day. I didn't know about the game. Tower Trouble. What is this? Damn it. Hold on. Race around with 2 lanes and a bounce tower. Okay. Give this a shot.
Let's see what mother says. Mom's asleep.
Is she really?
Of course. Of course.
Well.
Yeah, my mom has a messed up sleep schedule.
Well, him and Boo Man looked at it. Yeah, I'll definitely check check it out.
Curly giraffe. Gadget cat from the future.
I hope it's. Oh God, this is complicated.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Get up.
I can't see. What?
No.
No see. Oh fuck.
No.
Hi Tyler,
Oh, what is
welcome back.
this?
How are you doing?
Oh God.
Oh man's.
Oh.
And jump.
Why is it not letting me in?
Up. And
Why is that letting
up.
me in?
There you go. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Oh God.
Oh, it's the levers.
Man, I can't see.
Okay.
Oh, I can't see. I can't.
Thank you
Ah,
for your
God damn it! There's
checkpoint.
so many things going around in this. Oh God.
Okay.
Gosh
Oh,
darn, I can't see.
Okay. Okay.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
What
Okay.
demonic people
Not
face
okay.
Oh, I don't know
also
where to
fell asleep on
go.
my keyboard and Alto yelled at you, Ballsy.
How do we go higher?
Ballsy, if you need to
We
get some
can't?
sleep, definitely get some sleep. I mean, later on. Yo, I think I'm stuck.
How?
No, I'm stuck. I'm inside of this. Oh wait, no, I'm
Shit.
good. Wait, no, I am stuck. I am stuck.
No! I
Kids,
fell to the
help me.
bottom.
How do I get out? Yeah, I lost this one. Look
This
at me.
one gets you stuck.
Oh
The
shit.
hell?
Oh.
Okay. Did you go on the outside? Like on the outside of the...
No, I was like inside, like inside like one of the shapes.
It
I was
booped
like-
me outside
Oh,
of
Joey.
the entire map.
Joey.
Okay.
God damn it.
Where do we go from here?
What?
Oh shit. Oh god, my
Oh,
little
shit.
guy, I'm so sorry.
Rain just didn't want to stay up. Yeah, it's all good.
No one's figured out which
it.
one's the right one?
Wait, what? Right
Oh
one?
god. Like the right... Shit.
Ah, shit.
Yeah, exactly.
This cheating map.
Dude, this is so hard.
I took
This is untimed? The back one?
I took
or...
the one in the far back left corner, like from where you originally enter.
Far back left corner. Oh god damn it! I'm stuck. I'm stuck inside again.
Shit. This jump's hard.
Get me
Shit.
out of here. Oh wait, no, I got it. I'm good.
Nope, that one's not gonna push me through.
Oh shit.
Ballsy, welcome. Oh god. Sorry, this one's frustrating. Oh my. Get it faster, please.
Oh no.
Okay, let's try our luck over here. Nope.
I took the other one on me, like
Oh
on
no,
the other
I'm
side.
stuck inside the shape too.
Other one. Shit! Oh, no!
Oh no, I'm stuck inside the shape.
I think you
You know what I'm talking
do
about?
it, though.
Yeah. I can't get through. Do you see me?
Nope.
I'm stuck inside here.
Nope. Nope.
How did you get unstuck?
What?
I think I just like find a way around.
No, I'm like literally inside these.
No,
oh,
you're good.
okay.
You're good. You're good.
It took a while though.
We're just gonna try that. No. Oh god. Oh god. Okay.
I
Okay.
hate it here. I hate it
Okay.
here. I hate it
Okay.
here.
Okay. Okay. I'm doing good. I'm doing
Shit.
good. I'm doing. Oh no! I just.
That
Awful
jump was
map.
so hard. Did you have a good weekend? Yeah, I did. Wifey yells, I woke up. Hello again. Oh, okay. I played it on my PS4, I'm pretty sure.
That's why
But
they
that
call
was
you
a
the
while
chosen
ago.
one age, Joey.
When it first came out, yeah, for sure. Oh, jeez.
I'm down for like. Oh wait, hold on. That's not what I meant to do. Oh, too late. We can do like just 2 or 3 more, and then we're gonna like switch into like was it Outlast?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's fun.
sounds good.
I put one more.
Yeah, I saw.
Okay.
I did not mean to do this again, but
Yo, maybe we'll get it again. Maybe we'll get it this time.
Okay,
Wait, are we getting this? Are we doing the tower?
The power of positivity.
No, this
shall...
is the first time I've played in a long time, Tyler. It's probably since 2020. Because I did play it on my PS4 when it first came out, but I wasn't really into it. I didn't really play with other people though back then.
Oh, not this one.
My
Yeah, we're
bad.
doing the
I
same
did not mean to
line.
press start again.
No, he wanted to. He's like, we're gonna get it done.
No.
I've not played Fall Guys in a while as well. I need to get back to it.
Wait, I'm not in.
It's fun. Wait, what? Exit.
Exit.
Yeah.
Should we exit? Okay.
Yeah. One person's not in. It's not fun.
Let me just.
Are we leaving the show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I'm just gonna host it again.
All
Yeah,
right.
sounds good. Wait, but I'm smashing this though. Fuck. Fuck. I made it to the tower already. I know, I made it to the tower just now. This is fucked up.
There's a code. Yeah, Lando, if you want to join in the Outlast, just let us know, and yeah, and do what you gotta do.
The code? Oh, I see it. Never mind.
And also, pretty sure I can VIP you.
Wow, Lando's not a VIP. Imagine, he's a VIP in my chat.
Is he really?
Yeah. Oh fuck, I smacked my
Alright,
face
there's
so
the,
hard. Oh, we're leaving this one, yeah?
Yeah, we're just waiting for you. Wait, are you still in that one?
Yeah. I'm leaving. What's scarier, Phasmophobia or Outlast? Outlast Trials for sure. Phasmo's not scary at all.
It does get scary at first, but then like.
Because you don't know what to expect, yeah.
Yeah.
But then after, it's just like,
But I feel
I'm
like I'm
good.
saving for Outlast for now. I mean, at least the tension of when they're chasing you, it's definitely more scarier.
No, the jump scares are what get me the most. When you have to mash,
Oh yeah, that too.
that shit scares the shit out of me. I literally scream, jump, I'm crying, throwing up, everything.
I'm gonna enter the code here.
What song is this?
Cloud Tower Climb. Variety of pathways to climb the tower. Be patient and kind to yourself. Oh my god, we're gonna lose our sanity over this.
It said what? It said be kind to
Be
yourself?
kind and be
Oh,
kind to
shit.
yourself and be patient.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Oh shit.
This is not
Yeah,
gonna
it's
go
over.
well.
I don't think it's gonna work.
What if it's like the easiest map? It's like the finish line, you just run straight.
Alright, oh my god.
No.
Oh my god.
No.
What is this? That is why I waited.
Oh my god. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow. Wow. Wow.
Okay.
Wow. 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 Oh wow. 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 Wow.
No, 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 no!
No, come on.
I can.
Yo.
Oh god damn it.
I'm like not sure where to go from here.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
I just keep on flying. I just keep on flying. That's what I'm doing right now.
I hate anything with a tower.
Oh god. Wait, what?
Still at the bottom.
Oh, what the heck? Where am I supposed to go after this one?
No.
Oh, jeez. Ah!
That's funny.
Seriously?
Yes.
Okay.
It's
No.
right there.
I'm at the beginning.
It's right
No, no,
there.
no, no, no. Why?
Okay.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh
Okay.
shit, oh shit.
Okay.
Oh god, I'm sweaty.
Come on.
I'm so
Let's
sweaty.
go!
No, no, no,
I have
no.
become the master tower.
Fuck. Wait, you passed?
I passed.
This reminds me of Hunter x Hunter.
Oh yeah.
I'm sweaty. My hand is so sweaty. Why do they make white controllers?
Yes.
Oh, Joey got it.
Yay, good job. I'm confused after this point. Shit, I fell again.
Oh.
No! Come on, dude. I thought you had it.
Get it! No.
Let's try the other side. I haven't tried the other side yet. Is the other side the same? Okay, where do you go from here? Inside?
Oh, looks like it. Yeah.
Oh fuck.
I just stayed outside.
Oh god damn it. Oh fuck.
Oh no, you have to start all the way from the beginning.
I don't know how that happened, but.
Okay, let's try this way. Oh no!
Oh no.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm probably not gonna make this
Be
one.
kind to yourself.
Oh, okay, God. Got it, you got it, bud. This is great. I'm so kind to myself right now. Yourself, you're doing the best. You're doing your best that you possibly could be. Oh, fuck my life.
Come
I'm trying to coach myself through this, guys. I'm trying to do my best. You are amazing. You are kind. You are.
It's not working.
Oh fuck. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay. Be patient, be patient. Wait, the time's running out. I can't be patient.
I don't like this map.
Oh,
Can I suggest music? Allison, Pure Carbon is a great chill song. Alright, for sure. That was reporting this guy. Whoever this guy
You got one more, Karma?
No, but can
report
we go back to the second, that one that we had like trouble on, the bouncy one? I forgot what it was called though. It was like a bounce
The
tower.
tower?
Yeah.
The tower trouble?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
Yeah, Joey actually got that one down.
Okay, well,
So it's
not
just-
everyone
it's
is
just not
as good
everyone.
as Joey, okay?
This is the first time I've played this in like 6 months.
This is the first time I played it since I played it on PS4
I remember
when it
you
first
and
came out.
Uncle just like kept
Yeah.
going at each other.
Yeah, Nautical's a little bit better, I think, but
A little bit.
Just
Yeah,
a little bit. But you're still better. I'm just kidding.
No, this would be funny to do on his.
well, when we did it, it was, I think it ended up being like 3-2 or something like that for like wins.
This one again. Oh my god.
Well, now we all have to like try to get it.
Guys, the power of positivity will pull us through the
Cringe.
greatest challenges.
Cringe.
Yeah.
Cringe.
You are kind. Sliding through your DMs.
Hey yo.
Here, Kimchi, come here. Want to give
I'm
you a hug?
leveling. No hugs.
Wanna give you a
No
hug?
positivity,
No
please.
touchy.
Stranger danger.
Come here! Come here!
Oh my god.
No!
Oh, you.
Oh
actually
god,
did
no,
more
no, no, I
bounce
got
than you
stuck
like.
again.
Seriously?
She is a massive update. Yeah, it has like a
Here
lot more
goes, here
things.
goes again.
I was on
Here's
the
the go.
last one and I
Here.
fell.
Okay, come on, come on, come on.
This shit's so funny.
Okay, good. And then.
We can do it.
Then-
We can do it. I believe in us.
Oh my god.
We got this.
Oh my
I'm
god.
stuck.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
What is going on?
Yeah. Okay.
I can't see.
Okay.
I think that's the problem. When you
Yeah.
change your camera angle, it's just like
No, Namu got up there.
Namu's up where?
Oh, whoopsies. I screwed up. Oh, I'm back here though. Take me, Hammer, take
Oh,
me.
it's too far.
Nice.
No! Like right at the checkpoint, I fell.
I can't see. Oh my
I
god.
screwed up, so I'm just gonna restart.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, finally.
Oh my god.
Where'd
Oh
you
my
get?
god.
Where'd you?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah!
No! I worked so hard to get that far. Only to get pushed off. Wait, who
Whoa.
pushed me? Who pushed me? Namu, was that you?
No, I finished.
Who pushed me?
Maybe Karma?
Karma, was that you?
Oh, I'm like up here.
Oh, there we go.
I was up there, and someone pushed me, and they don't want to talk about it.
Kimchi salty?
I'm super salty right now that you know how much coordination this is taking. My chat's probably getting a headache because my fucking camera angles are going wild.
Oh no.
I'm gonna just kill myself. and
Anyone
see if
getting
I can-
nausea?
Oh, I'm back. All right.
But Cantor, did you want to join the Fall Guys for a bit? Just let me know. Got this, Kimchi.
Trying so hard.
Oh, oh, oh.
No, fuck!
I recommend when you get to the top, you go on the ledge instead of those.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
That's what I did.
You went to the ledge?
Hey, welcome
Yeah,
back, Lando.
I got to the very top.
We're probably gonna do like a few more Fall Guys, and
Do
then
the
we're gonna
last,
switch into Outlast. Let's get ready for
thing.
that.
Me and Kimchi right now.
Oh, fuck my life.
You gotta be nice to
Got
yourself,
this.
you know.
Yeah. Remember,
Otherwise, it won't
be
work.
kind to yourself.
Yep, I'm so kind. Being kind is my specialty. I'm
There.
not salty.
Then-
Oh god, oh god, oh god. PTSD right here, right here, right here.
Oh no!
You know what?
Yeah, Phil, you're more
Damn,
than
I didn't
joining
get
in
to.
as well. We're just,
I didn't get to fall off the map like I wanted to.
We're just doing some custom maps and stuff. We're just like trying them out.
Report, report, press triangle.
We're going to
Why does it keep saying I'm winning?
Oh no, because
Oh,
when,
'cause you made
when
it.
you make it, it's like anyone who made it is a winner. But yeah, Phil.
Yeah, so I'm a loser.
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, how did make it?
Yeah, no.
Yo, we should do that.
Oh, you guys
death
want to join
map
for some
again.
Fall? Okay, Phil. Yeah, Phil and Lando, you guys are more than to like just welcome in. There's a lobby code up here, and Canthric, I know you're just still settling in, but you're more than welcome to join in as well.
Namu, do the death map again. Do that.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Well, we're just gonna wait on. We're just gonna wait until Lando and Phil gets here.
Two
Namu,
people?
I will.
Oh,
Namu,
use the restroom real
gift. I will gift a sub
Namu,
if you
don't
do
start
it.
it. I'm using the restroom, okay?
What? Do what?
The death map.
No, I said yeah. No, I said we're gonna do it. It's just that like I'm
Oh.
gonna wait for. I'm just waiting for Lando and Phil.
Yay!
And also, I think Kimchi just said she needs to go to the bathroom real quick, so.
This gives me some time to get something to eat.
Yeah. Get yourself something like, nom noms and whatnot. Yo, happy Memorial Day, Hal. How's it going? I'll be here lurking. You're working on a Memorial Day? Hal? What? Crime out of it. But Hal, if you want to join in, I don't know. If you want to join an Outlast Trials later. Oh wait, no, you'll be still working though. But yeah, like if you do have time, just let me know. Also, let me also give you a shout out here. Sweet, we got Phil here. I want you to like send a request to you guys. Hey Leo, thank you so much for the lurk, and if you want to like join back in, you're more than welcome to.
What did I miss?
You didn't miss much. Still waiting for Kimchi to get back, and also waiting for Orlando as well. Yeah, of course, Hal. It's definitely, you should check out Hal for sure. I think I just heard myself.
I did hear you repeat yourself.
I think I just heard myself.
Yeah, I did.
Very slow. Yeah, don't worry, just take your time with it for sure. And also, there's some things that actually there's been like some updates going around. Hey MK, welcome back. If you want to join in some Fall Guys, you're more than welcome to. We're just gonna play a few more, and then we're gonna switch into Outlast later.
I'm looking for my wrist wrap. I'll be right back.
All right, take your time. In a few, gonna eat a little stuff. Okay, yeah, go get yourself some snacks. Yeah, we're in the voice chat right now. Just put yourself in the standby room, and I'll move you in, Lando. Yeah, okay, I moved you in, Lando.
Okay, I'm gonna need some directions here. You know, this is only like my 4th time playing this game.
So you press, you click on play, then go to the lobby tab. That's gonna be up top.
I found it.
Okay, and then hit join, and then you see the lobby code on the stream.
Yeah, I just joined. There we go. I'm in.
Okay, cool.
What is? I don't even know what I look like.
Thank you for the lurk, Leo.
Bro. Don't mind me wearing my Hello Kitty skin. You actually got that?
I heck I want that.
Hello Kitty.
Kitty, hello.
Oh, Namu, I take it back. Don't do that stupidly hard one.
Oh, why?
I don't think anyone liked that, to be honest.
I mean, no, we're gonna like. Actually, let's just like start off easy for a bit, and then we'll go back into the what is it? The creative ones.
The digital death run.
Yeah. I think Pick Your Poison was actually pretty good, so we'll go ahead and start with that one. So we got Lando.
You can start whenever.
Yeah, we got Phil, Kimchi, Joey, Karma, the kittens, and I think MK said they're getting snacks. So
For sure.
might as well just start, and then MK, once you get back over from your snacks, we'll do a few more as well.
Lando, can you speak, please?
No, I cannot.
Okay,
I'm
thank
mute.
you. I just want to get everyone's volumes. Free hugs.
Every time somebody asks me to speak, I always just answer no or a really long no so they can fix it.
No.
Exactly.
No.
Time to figure out the
pick your
controls.
poison.
Because I have no clue.
I didn't go this time. This time. I didn't go. Okay. That's definitely not the place I want to go to then.
Run!
Oh.
Bye, kittens. Oh God. Oh no. I'm going there too.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, that makes it worse. Uh-oh. 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 No!
Oh, fuck.
What the?
No! How did I not make
got
that?
it?
That was mine.
Kittens for pro. Oh God.
No, I fucking
Bye,
hit the
Joey, I
thing.
saw that.
It was bad.
Hi, Kimchi.
Oh, fuck. I got stuck floating. Oh, shit. I fell again. Fuck my life.
Nope. Actually, I don't think I made it because of this thing.
No, what the hell? I was here before all of you guys.
not
This
this
fucking
one.
sucks.
No.
How did I make it the first time before? Shit.
Oh, Joey, you're so close. Oh, I was close too as well, but no.
Wrecking ball, bash your head.
Yo, kids, how do you do this?
I don't know.
I got hecka lucky last time.
Oh,
Like
when
that.
we first
I
played
guess.
it. Oh
like that,
shit.
like that, like that, like that, like that.
I think.
Alright.
Oh my god.
Oh, I see Phil start to get. No, Phil.
No.
Phil.
This is making me so ingy.
Excuse.
Ingy. No.
Oh, Phil's doing it. Phil's doing it. Phil's doing it. Let's go, Phil. Let's go, Phil. Oh!
Oh.
Shit.
Oh wait, who else made
Fucking
it?
keep hitting this thing.
Oh, Joey, did you made it?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yes.
Kimchi, you almost made it. Oh my god.
Watch Shadow, bro. Just get it on the first try.
I'd be so pissed.
Totally.
If Lando gets it on first try, I'll be amazed.
I did.
Oh, did you?
I got it through the fan the first try. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Dude, I was here first. Do you know how unfair this is? I'm so glad you guys are having fun with my pain.
Like everyone finished it except for Kimchi. Phil hasn't been there yet, so you got time. I think the Hello Kitty is just like weighing him down right now.
30 seconds.
Oh,
Bro.
Phil, why'd you do
Bro.
that? Phil.
Bro.
Oh no, you guys have 8.
Bro.
17 seconds.
Oh no.
Bro.
Oh.
Bro. How did you guys do this?
Kimchi, don't dive. Oh wait, never. Oh, okay.
Just land on that.
Oh yeah. Try landing on it.
I'm trying my
Oh, it's not working. It's not working.
No.
Rasu,
Yo,
wait,
Phil,
don't watch.
Phil, I think your Hello Kitty suit
Again.
is just like...
Again.
You want to do this again?
Again.
No.
Again.
This is one.
Report player.
Oh my god. Who wants to join?
Report everyone if it's not me.
What?
Yo, Rosu, like...
What did I do?
Everyone's a hacker except for
Rosu's
me.
here just to like watch everyone suffer.
He wishes he was playing, that's for sure.
Oh shit! Sorry about that, Canthric. My bad. But hold on.
Everybody,
I should avoid it. I'm sorry, Canthric.
Fast.
Hold on.
No, everyone pass fast so that we can add Canthric. Go fast. Gotta go fast, okay? Got it?
That's one. Okay, I got
Game plan?
gotcha. It's a little heavy, but I figured out the timing in the last 10 seconds. I got you.
Everyone has to win really, really fast.
Santa.
So that Canthric can join us.
Gotta go slow.
Oh, and Canthric, if you want to join the voice chat, just bring yourself to the Discord.
Waiting for. Oh, okay.
Almost done eating? Okay, I got you, MK.
Oh, guys.
How to play is just 3 dots.
Let's go, Lando. Oh!
Namu. Good job, Namu. Got my army camo on over here.
No!
I saw that!
I had just jumped in. I wasn't expecting anything.
Okay. Look at that.
Go, yes!
Yo, I'm doing good. Let's go.
I don't take that way. I take the middle.
Oh yeah, what was it? Rico did say there was 3 ways.
Oh, fuck.
But I keep failing.
Wait, the game started? Yeah, Phil, wait, hold on. Wait, Phil's not in. What the heck?
Why?
Hold up, Phil.
He's getting bullied. It's fine, the game did not want him here.
Probably there was a...
Don't dive into the fan. Like just
Oh,
jump into it, and then save your dive for the thingy.
Wait, who else? Oh, I think Ken's
I just got in.
Don't grab me.
Perfect.
Wait, Phil, you might want to refresh or something like that. Got this, Lando?
Just jump into the fan and don't dive.
Oh, there you go.
I smacked my head on the board that said
eliminated. I was right there.
Also, let me check the Discord. And Phil, if you have a Discord, you're more than welcome to join in as well. Canthric, I just started moving you into the live chat. There we go. Oh yeah, let me put the lobby code up here so you guys can join in. We're just gonna wait for Phil. Oh wait, Phil's here. Wait, Phil, are you still floating?
Oh, did he mute us? He most definitely did.
Who, Canthric? Wait, did I?
Yeah. Cool.
Wait, can you guys not hear me?
No, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Alright, and we're just waiting for Canthric, and MK is gonna join in as well. Just waiting for it to go into a lobby. Gotcha. Thank you for the hydrate, Kimchi.
Yeah.
No hydration needed. Where's the dehydration point?
You gotta make him sweaty,
Dude,
man.
If it's like dehydration, then you have to like make the streamer like... You have to make the streamer just
sweaty,
like
that's all I'm saying.
Where's the
Throw up.
dehydrate? I can't find the dehydrate now, man. Where is it?
Dude, you want to kill me?
Like Namu put up dehydrate button, aka just have a lot of salt in the water.
Me, I hydrated you.
Dehydrate.
I'm running out of water, you guys. Almost made me
yeah,
drink
see,
some water.
I'll have to do my water too later.
No, you guys don't need no more water. You need to dehydrate.
For real. I have too much water.
Namu, do the Tower of Trouble.
No.
We got some new people coming in, so we're not gonna go there just
Wait,
yet.
do the rhino one.
The rhino one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we can do that.
Oh.
This one.
Okay.
Well, I can put a filter on this. Hold on.
All right, Cantrix in, and we're just gonna wait for our guys.
Yeah, sorry, I was kept putting in the wrong code.
Oh no, it's all good. But hey, at least you're here now, so
True,
let's go.
true.
Hello.
It's Cantrick the Wizard, everyone.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting for MK, or yeah, because MK said they're almost done eating. But yeah, Kimchi, you finally finished that what was it? The Pick Your Poison race one.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
No, I finished it the first time we did it.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh.
It was just that time I couldn't get the jump. I don't know what it was, but it's because I was diving.
Did you?
I was
Let me bring it
literally
back in, Joey.
at the end. Like, I was literally diving into the end, and then it froze me midair and said I got eliminated. That's bullying.
I took your spot. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, and Phil, I saw you joining the Discord. Thank you so much. And also, if you want to join the chat, you're more than welcome to. Yeah, just Joey, just put yourself in a standby room again, and I'll drag you in.
Add a mask. Let's just do that. Do alpha channel. Browse. Where's my mask?
Or should we just start it off? If
Yes, it's your choice, Namu. You're the host.
I mean, MK says they will join in.
Do I have a different mask? Nope.
Okay, let me check the Discord again. Yep, I got you,
guess I
Joey.
should take this off.
You're back in.
Or on? Or off? I don't know. Which one I like more.
Testing.
Yep, I hear you. Maybe we can just start and and then like after a round we'll just see if MK's ready or not. So watch out for the rhino, everyone.
Rhino time.
What?
Yes.
Oh God.
There is a rhino?
It is something that Kimchi wanted you to do, so I was like, bet, let's do it.
Yay!
Why is he on wheels?
He gotta go fast.
Oh, MK, you're here. Are you gonna be ready after this round?
Rhinos can run at like
This will probably be a quick round.
That's where they need to go. Bro, so we just dodging the rhino?
Yep.
Yes.
We're gonna be doing them olays. Got strategy right here.
Here's my strategy. I'm not gonna move. Okay, well, someone's. That strategy failed.
Damn.
Don't
they got me
eliminated. Don't do what I do.
The helicopter strategy.
Yeah, wait, look at Joey.
Probably was damn thing really wanted me.
It's highly effective.
Joey was spinning around.
So how did your strat work, Namu?
Oh, it failed miserably.
I still need to do the Lumia stream.
Oh, yo, both streamers are down.
Well, we're great commenters and spectators now.
Oh,
I don't want Namu commentary. He just talks gibberish.
Alright, for this round we will spectate Hello Kitty.
Hello Kitty, aka Phil.
All right,
It's
Hello Kitty.
working.
Let's see. Let's see what
Oh,
you
hello.
got, Hello Kitty.
Oh, no.
Hello Kitty's
I dodged
dodging.
straight into the path of a
Dodging.
rhino.
Hello Kitty's getting fucked up. Yo, Hello Kitty's getting fucked up. Hello Kitty's getting fucked. Aw, Hello Kitty's out of the screen.
They really want
Oh, I got hit by all three of them.
Wait, Hello Kitty won.
Hello Kitty won.
Let's freaking go.
Yo, karaoke session.
Report.
Let's go.
Bro, I got targeted by all three. I got hit by all of them before I fell out.
You got bullied hard.
Don't forget the code, Namu.
Yeah, it's up. It's up. It's up. Oh my
I
god.
was weaving and diving, and then I got hit by all three and got
Just kept
killed.
hitting really bad. It was hilarious.
Let's do that again.
Let's. Yeah. I'm gonna wait until MK joins in. The rhinos are so annoying, but both of them are just going after one bean. It just means that they like that bean. But MK, are you ready, or do you want me to like start another round?
They need to leave my bean alone. My bean. Can't have him.
Joe said he was gonna join. Where'd he go?
Where is Joe?
He left. I think he said his nephew was over, so.
Oh, is that right? Is that why?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
So he's a little busy.
Man, he didn't say anything about that.
Yeah, he did. Remember last night he was talking about it.
He said it in my chat too, so.
Okay.
I just don't think you've been paying attention.
I mean, I was setting up on my stream. This happened like after. MK, just let me know if you're ready. I'm just gonna give you 1 minute. If not, we're gonna go ahead and start. I think we're just gonna start soon. Can go MK a little.
It's already been 4 hours?
Wait, for you?
Yeah?
Oh, mine is 2 hours and 52 minutes.
What the fuck?
It hasn't been that long. 12-hour stream?
Yes. Yes.
I could never.
12-hour kimchi stream.
I would
have
cry.
you ever done a 12-hour stream before?
No, I think the most I did was like 8 or 9.
Oh.
So now's your first 12 hour, right?
You couldn't pay me enough to do 12 hours, sorry.
Everyone sub to kimchi?
No. No.
Sub goal for 12-hour stream.
Hell no.
Yeah, I'm gonna start.
You'll see me
I'll
sleeping
start
on the couch behind me.
Category, I'm just sleeping.
Yep.
That's a thing.
It is.
Yeah, apparently it does, yeah.
But that's so weird.
Making potatoes 3 ways with some. Yo, I wanna see the. I wanna see
You
the.
sleep on my
the
face.
Food. Ballsy. Let you see it.
My dog
Cool.
sleeps like curled up on top of the blanket on top of me.
Yo, everyone,
Oh,
just
yay, rhinos.
yo, everyone,
Wait, we're doing this one again?
Someone said they want to do it again.
Oh.
yo, everyone, just go by Namu, and then it will,
Yes, everyone go by me. Everyone by me. In the center. Everyone in the center. Everyone, never mind. Someone just went out.
Hello Kitty, hug me!
Everyone hug me.
Hello Kitty,
hug me
hug
into the
me!
center. Everyone hug me to the
Hello Kitty,
center.
hug
Center.
me!
Everyone
Hello Kitty, hug me!
Everyone hug me in the center.
Oh no!
Hug me to the center. Hug me to the center. Oh, okay, we're good.
I survived! Wait, who got hit?
Someone who was hugging me in the beginning. It was Karma.
No.
Irony.
The only one out.
After this one, I have to let my girls out, Namu.
Huh?
After this one, I have to let my girls out.
Wait, Karma, sorry. Could you hold on 1 second? Wait, say again, Kimchi?
I have to let my girls out after this one.
Okay, yeah. Are you gonna keep streaming or are you gonna like?
Yeah, I'll keep streaming.
Okay.
Namu, if you win by doing absolutely nothing, I'll gift you 1 sub.
Oh, it happened before, so.
Oh.
So yeah, I'll just go in the center, and I'm just not gonna move.
Oh, keep Namu safe. Trying to save Namu.
Nope. You failed, Lando.
I was running to grab you, and then Kimchi grabbed me. It's didn't let me protect you.
So Kimchi. So in other words,
Kimchi killed you.
Kimchi killed me.
Yay! Fatal Kimchi makes sense.
Mr. Rhino, I see you coming from
me.
me.
Okay, you gotta move your PS4 and it'll be good for a nice game. Gotcha. Yo, Juice, how's it going?
No, I fell. Hey, Juice.
No! Rhino, please! Here, let me. I know Catholic is playing, so let me give you a shout out.
I'm sorry, I know.
I almost died there. If it didn't end right there, I was dead. Who's left? Who is that? Who is the pigeon?
It's a crow, technically.
Yeah, happy Memorial Day to you too.
It's a pigeon. It is a black pigeon. They're all the same bird.
And just you have the if you want to join for a little bit more of a Fall Guys, you're more than welcome to join in.
Okay,
I know. I've already said we're gonna like switch to Outlast Trials, but we'll just do it after like Kimchi comes back from
Yeah, you got the sword. Can I borrow that real quick?
Yeah. What the heck, Catholic?
Give me the sword. Give me the sword. Come here. Give me the sword.
Oh no!
Give me the sword, man.
What around?
I need the sword.
I have no idea why it's got a sword.
I'll try. Unfortunately, in good Canadian, I'm still working. Oh, right. Yeah, that's true. But if you have time, Jizz, you're more than welcome to join. And let's definitely do something together for sure.
Namu, can you stream your screen on Discord so I can have something to put up?
Okay, yeah, sure, I'll do that.
Why you no share sword?
Discord.
Where's your Discord, bro? We're on it right now.
No, but he hid it.
No, I was all tabbing. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
That works?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll be
Alright,
right
MK,
back,
we're just
okay?
gonna wait for you. Oh yeah, well, Canadian
I'm gonna
touch.
take my pups out.
Namu.
I'll be back, guys.
Yeah.
Do the digital death run.
Is that
just
the
one.
slides?
Just once, man.
Might as well
once.
just do it. Might as well just do it. Yeah. Just gonna let you guys know, for those haven't done the digital death run, you guys gonna be in some kind of like.
Yeah, I got skills.
pain.
You watch. Got skills. You watch. Gonna
Jeez,
make it.
Ballsy. That
This
little
is gonna be
Canadian
bad.
touch. There is no adults here. No adults. No one can help you. There's no adults. There's never haven't been a thing that's been right. There's no adults.
You're not an adult, Namu?
I'm a big boy.
Oh,
I'll be making some parkours on Fall Guys. Oh wait, are you gonna create something on Fall Guys, Ballsy? That'll be actually pretty cool if you'd be able to.
If we do it fast enough, we can be test subjects.
Yeah, we're just gonna wait until MK just like moves around the PS4. Oh wait, but good for that. Okay, no. Actually, we can start right now. Actually, because MK says we'll be ready on the next game. Not sure how long it takes though. I'll be
I
honest.
am.
Yeah, but let me know, Ballsy.
We'll be
I am
test subjects
so.
if you do it fast enough.
I am so ready to die so many times on the first part of the mini game, a mini course. I mean, I'm not wrong, right? We couldn't even get past.
It's fine. I got skills. You watch.
I'm watching, man. I'm watching.
I'm gonna make it a total of 2 centimeters. You see. For a beam that's pretty far.
Digital death rod. Oh boy. Alright, let's see how people gonna like win this one.
Oh wait.
Well, we all missed that.
Ragdoll
Yeah.
Ragdoll bro.
See, I told you this is gonna be like frustrating.
Why is it ragdolling me? That's so mean.
Okay.
I don't want to be
Oh my god. Oh.
Come on.
It's timing the jump, isn't it?
Yeah. So I mean, oh my god.
Oh.
Someone needs to make a YouTube tutorial out of this.
Oh, fuck's sake.
No! Oh, I almost had it.
You just don't know where to go after you
Okay,
hit that.
I think you're not supposed to. Oh, shit. I think you're not supposed to like dive in the beginning.
No, you have to.
No,
Else you
don't
get
dive.
ragdolled.
No, not like.
Not at the second part, but if you don't the first time, you get ragdolled on the second part.
Oh my god.
You've got to land perfectly.
No, I screwed that up. I screwed that up.
Oh, I did it! Wait, I did it! No, I was so close! I got the second part!
And then, shit.
Oh, I got past that one. I hit it.
It's that freaking. It's a freaking like fan over here. Like, what the frick?
Oh god, I see
Oh
what
my gosh.
Jump on it.
Jesus, somebody hit
Oh
me.
my god. Yeah, I'm gonna Joey, why?
I don't know.
I love you, man, but why? Not a single one can get to that.
No, the stupid fan wouldn't let me hit the thing again.
Hey.
Oh, wait.
Someone made it. Someone made it.
I'm doing it. I almost hit it.
Wait, all the way to the like
No,
right?
I got to.
Yeah, no, yeah. Look at Lando. Like,
I made it so far.
No way.
Wait, how did you do that? Did you just like dive at the?
No, I had skills.
I have
Okay,
no idea
that
what you have
helps.
to do. Like,
No,
I know
you just have
how to
to.
get
You
to
have to
that
dive on
fan,
the
but I don't
first
know how to
one.
get further
You
than
just
that.
jump. You don't dive on the second one, and then you don't dive. You don't dive before you hit the thing. You have to bounce, and then you can dive on the second one to make it.
Oh, no! God damn it.
I got Goomba stomped. 2 Goomba stomped me.
It's me, Mario. Oh shit! I screwed that up. I can't pick.
No, please. No! I hit it. I saw it. It became a little thing.
Oh shit! Okay, I forgot. Do not dive on the second. Okay, yeah.
No! I'm so close.
Oh shit!
Oh, I keep
ready for the
hitting
next
my
one? Okay, I
head.
got you. MK.
I keep hitting my head on the side of it.
Oh my
We got
god.
30 seconds.
Oh my. I saw
No!
the record.
I got stuck on the bouncy.
Oh my god.
Ow!
Oh, 10 seconds left for this one. Are you kidding me? No one's gonna make it. No one's gonna make it.
Part again.
Yo, guys, should we do this again?
Yes.
Yeah, let's see if we can get through it.
Please no.
I can do it. No, I can do it. I believe.
How about we just do one other thing first, and then we'll go back into it.
I can do it. I know I can. I was so close. I made it so far.
I don't have enough bounce.
You know what's funny? I don't think there's any checkpoints.
No, there isn't. There straight up isn't.
You have to do it all in one
And
go.
yo, MK, there is the code up here.
I have a cheese I'm gonna try next time, and I think it's gonna work. I'm gonna
Yo,
grab a slice of
Namu,
cheese and just stand on it, right like a surfboard.
Namu, do tower trouble.
Tower trouble. Yo, Melamine, thank you so much for the raid. How are you? We have a shout out for Melamine. Hey, welcome in, Perry, if I'm saying that right. Welcome in. How are you? And Chaos Wizard, welcome in. And guys, if you like to play some Fall Guys, you're more than welcome to. And also, I am also raising money for a charity here. So if you guys would like to donate for a good cause, you guys are more than welcome to. Melamine, hi. How's your stream? I bring the friendos. Yes, thank you so much for the friendos. How was your stream? What you do? Did you do Mario Kart again? Let me give you a shout out really quick. Oh, here we. Yep, there we go.
You can start it. He's in number, or they're in.
Oh, you have the wrongs. Oh, you played Smash? Did you get any wins? Playing Smash Bros. Mario Kart was yesterday. Oh shit, was it? I'm sorry if I missed it. But yeah, if you guys want to like join for some Fall Guys fun, you guys are more than welcome to. But if you guys need to get some rest, please do so. Self-care is definitely important. And yeah, like we're just having some like Fall Guys fun here. We are playing some custom maps here and whatnot. And yeah, if you'd like to join in, you're more than welcome to. MK is just like getting some like new skins right now. Experience. Oh, okay. No, now I see it. I'm sorry, Experience. But thank you so much for like joining in the raid. Really appreciate it. I hope you're having a wonderful you're having a wonderful day right now. Fall Guys make me rage, but I love it. Hey, that's what we're here for. Hey, Flamezag, welcome in. How are you? And thank you so much for the follow. Really do appreciate it. And guys, if you'd like to join in, you guys are more than welcome to join in now. We're gonna you ready for the Bing games? Oh hell yeah. Now you see the genius of my name. I do. I really do. Experience as I didn't see it until just now. You just opened my eyes. But yeah, Melanie, if you want to join in, you're more than welcome to, and that's the same for anybody here. I'll give you guys a minute to like join in if you guys want to. But if you definitely need to take some rest, definitely do so. But I will warn you, we're kind of doing like a custom maps here, so it could be hard, could be a little challenging. So just letting you know, we gotta play sometime. I'm gonna be resting for now. Yeah, go take some rest for sure, and definitely we'll just like play some more for real. But yeah, if you guys like some Mario Kart, Super Smash, or like Splatoons, definitely check out Melamine, guys. The custom maps be trolling. Dude, we're trying to like get through one right now, and right now none of us made it.
Hey, I got pretty far.
Lando got pretty far. I just want to say that because I know he wants to say that. And it's funny, only when the creator wins their map. Yo, that if that's a thing, the creators are just being like, trolls or whatnot.
It's like a Mario Maker map, just brutal.
And if you guys like to join in the Discord, we're using our voice chat right now. But if you guys would like to join the Discord, you guys are more than welcome to join in. But yeah. And also, I see you, MK. And it looks like you guys just want to like take a rest, which is totally fine. But the lobby code is still up there. But I'm gonna go ahead and start, so the rest of my friends don't have to wait. But here, I do have the code here on the chat. So if you guys like to join in, you guys are more than welcome to. All right, instead of digital death run, let's just like do a little bit more easier first. We'll do it later. We'll do it later. We'll just do something a little bit more easy, and we'll just like get up there progressively.
Trouble. Tower trouble.
That is not easy.
I only have Nitro Discord Nitro for 1 month, so I wonder what. Hey, I don't know, just like just make a good use for it. I guess I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
I wonder what's gonna happen after it expires because I joined more. I have joined a lot of servers as well, Melanie, and it's hard for me to let you like keep up, to like see what's everyone doing. But I'm a pro, so good luck, everyone. Oh shit, MK, MK with the confidence. Let's go.
I'm a baby. Newborn child at this game.
Oh, you Lando?
Yeah, I've only played like 4 times.
I gotcha. Real fake doors. Let's see how everyone goes through this.
My guess is this one. Oh, let's go. I'm so good.
someone just like.
How do I grab a wall? I don't know how to do that. How do I grab a wall?
You just grab onto it.
Oh, thanks, Captain Obvious. How do I grab it? I don't know how to
Okay.
I'm gonna
Okay. Oh, not okay. God damn.
Oh, okay, I figured it out.
Should we not use that trampolines? But it's working though. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Oh. Yes.
I'm just going right. Nice Fall Guys outfit. Mine is just random. I have a kilt on. I have like this. Oh god.
No.
God damn it. I've been laughing on others' misfortune, so that's kind of like a karma right there. Oh shit!
My head.
Oh my god. Oh no. Shit, MK finished. MK is a pro.
No.
MK is a pro. MK is a pro. MK is a pro. Oh, this one's more easier now.
No, I slipped.
I qualified.
Stupid skis.
Let's see how everyone's doing. Shadow Bro is just like. Joey, no.
Right there, fell over
Joey,
again.
Joey, no.
Come here.
Wait.
We're going down together.
Wait, can't
What are you guys doing?
We were hugging each other. Definitely not aggressively.
Panthric, I think it's on the 3rd bounce. Like 1,
It is.
2.
Oh, it's sometimes on the
3.
2nd bounce. That's the
My
problem.
character won't listen to me. He keeps slipping. Take off the
Party
ski.
in the corner.
Say.
You got this, Catherick?
Yeah.
Yes.
How the hell is that bound to jump?
I believe in
for fuck's
you.
So
I hit my head.
2. Wow, you actually have like a big jump there. Oh.
Telling me to
think you found the sweet spot.
climb. What? But no,
Oh, I think right now it's just Catherick versus Phil. Phil just fell off. Wait, Catherick, you shouldn't die.
Flightless bird.
Oh no.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh no. How's Hello Kitty doing? Oh, Hello Kitty made it.
Billy.
Oh, they got it. Yeah, they got it. They got it.
Aw, Catherick.
Put me out of my misery, thank you.
He's flying.
He's flying in the middle of nowhere.
I think Catherick could have made it. Space chicken?
Not the space chicken.
Hey, Fatal Knight, how are you doing?
Which one are we gonna do?
Digital.
I need the code.
Oh yeah, the code is up there. You know what?
Yeah,
Also, and guys, I'm also doing a multi-stream with FatalKimchi. Definitely check her out.
Digital death run. Digital death run.
I changed my skin. Okay, I got you. MK. I got you. MK.
Digital, death front. Digital, death front.
Nah, we just wait a little bit more.
No, I don't wanna. Alright, fine.
Well,
Then can we do the rhinos?
We'll definitely do it. Yeah, we'll definitely do a next one soon.
Can we do the rhinos then?
Spicy chicken from KFC.
You like the rhino one? I like the rhino one
Yes.
too. The rhino one was super
the
fun.
rhinos really like to give me hugs,
Yeah.
so it's fun.
Agreed. Rhino hugs,
So you guys
best
want
hugs.
to do a rhino one?
Yes.
Rhino.
Rhino.
I got a chunky kitty on my lap. They're beating me up. Don't you?
Aw.
You give me a death stare.
I wish I wasn't allergic to cats.
Get a hairless one.
I do want a hairless one.
You know,
They're
the-
expensive though.
The funny thing is, people who are allergic to cats aren't allergic to their fur or anything. They're allergic to their saliva.
Jump around.
No, I'm pretty sure it's the fur.
No, it's their saliva.
That
Or
one
else
has
you'd be
great
allergic to
mods.
dogs
Hey,
too.
yeah, I got here FatalKimchi and also
No, there's
Cantric.
something, dude.
Cantric
It's
the
something
Wizard.
else.
It's their saliva.
No, I
So-
swear to you, it's something else.
No, it's their saliva. They lick themselves all over. It's their saliva.
It can be flecks of hair as well, like effectively mini dandruff flakes off the cat that can aggravate allergies.
Oh.
It's their attitude. I'm allergic to their bullshit.
I can understand that.
It's fair. It's very fair.
Damn. Alright, let's go ahead and start one.
If
And
you don't
again,
want
if you guys
to-
would like to join in, the codes are still there, so you guys can wait until the next one.
If you don't want
this
to,
probably sassy cats. Oh hell yeah, dude.
Kimchi, my suggestion: get a male hairless cat. They will be the nicest.
I already have a scaly doggo, 8-legged and 8-eyed doggos, and 2 doggos. So I think I'm good. I'm good on the pets list.
We need more.
I
just have Mika. That's
I have
all I
4
need.
cats. I have 4 cats. You
The
need more
hairless cats just look grumpy all the time, though.
No,
That's why you
they
should make them
don't.
smile.
Hello Kitty
They
is
look
next
like
to
squished
me.
skin. They look like
Everybody hug
Hug
Hello
the
Kitty.
kitty. Hug the
Everybody hug-
kitty.
Everybody go,
Hug
go,
the
go against Hello Kitty. Go against Hello.
Not me.
Oh wait, let's go against
Hug.
Hello Kitty.
Hug. Hug.
Oh shit.
Hug.
Oh boy.
Hug. Hug. Other kitty needs love too. Other kitty needs love too.
You wearing a Kuromi shirt right now?
Oh fuck.
Hey yo.
Oh fuck.
Come here.
Oh, who lost? Who lost? I hate the rhinos so much. Aw, the rhinos are cute.
The banana, no.
Oh, who was that?
Who's the banana?
Oh, was that MK? Is that why MK saying I hate rhinos so much? You know, MK is a pro, but when it comes to rhino, oof. Oh yeah, Melanie. I'm guessing the Fall Guys, they're doing a like a Hello Kitty season pass, so that's why there's like a Hello Kitty costume.
Yeah. I need more coffee.
It's some coffee.
Yeah,
Come
I'm
here,
gonna
Mama.
make more coffee
Come
after this. I should have
Come
made
here.
it while I was still.
I'll protect
you come
you.
here. No,
Oh,
you
come
come
on.
here. You come here. No,
Oh, you
no.
come here.
It's my
Hug
duty
the
as an uncle to
kitty.
protect you.
No, I
Hug
protect
the
It's
you.
my
Oh,
duty
run
as
away
an
from the
uncle
kitty.
to protect you. It's my duty as an uncle to protect you. Okay?
Hug the kitty.
Did you die? No.
Yeah, I did.
I didn't die. I survived.
Ingy, hi. How's it going? It's been a while. I'm doing good. I'm having like a fun time during the Memorial Day and stuff. And happy Memorial Day from the US. Come at me again right now.
No.
Ingy, how are you? And also, Ingy, if you want to join in for some Fall Guys, you're more than welcome to.
I got killed.
Oh god.
I thought Catherine just flying.
Yeah, you got me good there.
Flying birdie.
It says take flight, bird.
Alright.
We got Joey.
Yes.
I think Kimchi is still
Ooh.
here. And I think that's Karma. Come at me again, rhinos.
Oof. Was this just a one-person one, or was the last
Oh,
one
there's like 3 more.
the last person?
3 people, and there's 3 rhinos.
I'm doing okay. Won't be joining Fall Guys today. Hey,
Oh
it's all
my
good, Inky.
god, there's
glad-
one
I'm
for
glad you're
each
doing
of
okay.
us.
And definitely, if you need to, like, you know,
And there's
give a
no
talk or
spinny
whatnot, just let me know.
circle.
I'll be watching. Good luck,
Shit.
everyone. This is the only.
Shit.
This is. I think that this is the
Shit.
only. I mean, there's the race
Shit.
one where they have like
Oh.
rhinos around. But
Shit, they're faster.
I'm gonna make some dinner. But yeah, give some good dinner, Melamine. And again, thank you so much for that raid. Really appreciate it. Get some good food. What you gonna have for dinner? If you don't mind me asking. If you're not working right now.
I can't.
Oh no! Oh, Kimchi!
Weave.
You got so lucky.
I did. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Okay, maybe not.
Oh
Maybe
shit.
not, maybe not,
Oh
maybe not,
shit.
maybe not.
Oh shit.
Oh,
Oh shit. Oh shit. I don't know what else to say. My shit.
Oh no, Joey's getting beaten up too. Oh my god, you guys are like.
Yes. Yes. Another win. This is my second one tonight. Very, very strange feeling. Very strange feeling.
Report him. Report the player. Report him.
Report player.
Yeah. Agreed. I will report me
Hashtag
too.
cancel kimchi.
Cancel kimchi. Oh.
Spaghetti and meatballs and spaghetti.
It's an honor to be canceled.
Yeah, no, Melanie, get yourself some good food and get some good rest for sure. And again, thank you so much for that raid.
Digital
Pastas are good. All right, fine. Because Lando wanted to do digital death round, we're gonna do digital death run. All ready to lose your sandy?
It's fun.
Which one are we doing?
The slide.
You'll see. You'll see. You'll see.
Reminds me of like Rocket League practice courses. They're just brutal.
I mean, like we kind of did better than the last time. Let's go give it a start. And if anybody else would like to join in, just let me know on chat.
I don't know how to read anymore. Help.
Okay, redemption match for the banana monkey.
I don't know how to read. No, I can't read anymore.
Oh no. Kimchi can't read.
No, I cannot read.
Are you okay?
No, I need coffee. Help. Ew.
Yo, guys, you heard her. Give her some coffee. Give FatalKimchi some coffee right now.
Not that much. No, why are we doing this one?
Because I don't want to chew.
Lando, are you insane?
Yes, he is. He's an idiot. God damn it.
Oh, dang it. I almost made it first try.
Oh.
Oh, got it. Ah, nope. I
This
got
is
it, but like I.
Yeah,
I missed
but
the
you
dive.
get it, but
Ugh.
you don't know what to do for the next part. You know what I mean?
Oh,
You actually like dive right when you get to the fan.
I got knocked off by Hello Kitty.
All right.
That's something
my
I learn every
moment.
day.
You know, it be like that
This
sometimes.
is it.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh come on. Nope, I didn't make it.
No, I didn't
This
make
one's
it either.
hard.
I got stuck on the bouncy. I didn't make it.
Fuck.
Oh shit.
No! Come on,
Come
I keep
on.
touching that second
Oh my
platform.
god.
Oh shit! I got to the second part. What the fuck?
Oh come
Oh,
on! Who
shit.
made me slip?
Yourself?
No, I think that was
I'm
Kimchi. Oh my
Fuck,
god.
dude, I'm so close. My heart's beating way too fast with the fic. Oh fuck.
Ow! I got Goomba stomped on me! What the hell, man? The Goomba stomped me!
There's no checkpoint. Like, is it like?
No,
if
there's
you
no
get past
checkpoint.
that-
I don't think there's no checkpoint.
Goomba stomped me, man!
Shit!
You were protecting me!
Not this time!
Not
I'm
Goomba
just,
stomping
like,
my
standing
head!
in the corner, like
Ah,
debating his
see?
existence.
That was from Mori.
From
Oh, shit.
Hori, she ain't even here!
In spirit.
I got bounced too far. That was a possibility.
I was doing so well until like.
I don't know.
Now.
Until you
now
weren't.
I can't like even hit that second platform without falling. I don't know why, but
Yeah, we just had to like jump our timings right. I mean,
Yeah.
like time our jumps right.
Oh shit! I went way too
I
far.
got
Jump our timings.
Jump our timings. Timings are jumps. Jumping
come
timing
on.
jumps. Jumper timing jumper
ragdolled.
jumps.
Let's go.
So hard to time.
Oh yeah!
Oh shit!
yeah!
Oh,
Oh,
shit!
no.
I went hella far. Oh yeah!
Oh god
That
damn
was
it!
funny.
I like your thinking
Can we
there,
never do
MJ.
this
Go
again,
backwards.
please?
No, we're doing it right
I never
after
want to
this.
do this again.
Ah, I was so close.
I wonder how much time
it
we have
looks
left.
so like how much
Oh,
more
shit.
it's on like after the second point. Like I don't
A
even
lot. Yeah, you have to get it like perfect. Your timing has to be so perfect. Joe, I don't see you
Shit.
trying.
Is Joe here? Wait, why am I out? What the heck? There we go.
God.
I think we took ourselves out there.
25 seconds left.
We're gonna make it.
No, no, guys, we got this. We got this. One of us has got to make it. Statistically.
How many tries do we get though?
About 2.
I'm just gonna go for it.
Oh, no, I got fucking right.
Doesn't change that y'all struggling. I didn't want to play this one. Lando did.
Get to that.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's fun.
Don't deflect onto me. I'll deflect on whoever I want to. This is my space.
That was pretty hard, yeah.
Yay, we all are winners.
That's not how that works.
We're all losers.
What? You're all winners to me. It doesn't count. It doesn't matter. I see who
No.
is.
Not even a little bit.
It doesn't.
Yeah, let's do
You're
something
okay.
else.
Our trouble.
What have we not done? Oh,
Yeah,
the
do tower trouble.
Tower trouble? Okay, we can do that. But everybody else want
The
to
one
join?
that- It's the one where Kimchi almost made it to the
Are you getting
checkpoint,
your skin?
but then
Okay, I got you.
failed.
Why do you keep changing your skin?
We're just waiting for MK just checking out their new skin.
Kira's streaming the Outlast Trials.
Is she really?
Yeah, she was. I
She
think.
needs to play. She needs to play with us. You ready? Okay.
That'd be hilarious.
Again, the code's up there. If anybody wants to join in, just let me know, and then we can just wait until the next round. I'm just gonna keep it going. Thanks for the stream. Been lurking the whole time. Hey, Capital G, thank you so much for the lurk for this like.
Why are you
this whole time,
talking
man. I
about
really
skin
appreciate it.
changes? I had a nightmare about that last night. From last night. Remember what happened to Joe? In the game. Oh god. Oh, I
can't be
feel
having
bad.
inside
Nobody.
jokes, guys.
I know.
If
Nobody
anybody's
knows what we're
wondering
talking
what,
about.
Afro Joe. Afro Joe just had a racial change in the game.
Oh god.
he was-
I don't
and
think
it
that's a
wasn't
very
happening.
good explanation.
That
I don't know. Like
I don't think
how-
that's a good explanation.
I don't know how else to explain it. Like,
Oh my god, this is gonna be 20 times harder with this many people here. You've got to be kidding me.
I think we're good.
Just speed run.
Just speed run.
Trying.
It's easier the faster you go.
Oh fuck.
The slower the more shit you are.
Yo, kid's right behind me, and I kind of feel uncomfortable right now. Ah, god damn it.
Speed run. Why the fuck is there a Squidward? Excuse me? I saw a Squidward.
I mean, technically, you're not wrong. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it.
Help, I'm
Wow, this is so hard with this many people. Holy shit.
Oh,
Ow, I hit my head really hard. I keep getting ragdolled and then chucked up in the air 4 times.
Same.
No.
Same, there's too many people.
No! I was doing so well. Did I get stuck? No, I'm good. Oh, god damn it.
Just Goomba stomp somebody.
One.
Oh, I got it.
Wait.
God wait, no!
That was funny.
Oh, man.
I don't think you're meant to get here.
Wait, how do you go up
wow.
to the very end?
Okay. Yeah, okay, I'm good. Let's go.
I'm actually stuck in the scenery. Oh no, I've got out.
Wait, are you?
Cool.
Oh yeah, there's a way out. It's just...
Yeah, you have to go out through the window.
It's his death. The way out is death.
Oh, no. Well.
Yes. I got it.
I see Squidward.
Yes.
How do you make that jump?
Let's go! First place, let's go!
No, I almost made that jump. Shit. I'm so close.
Wait, what's MK doing? MK, please, don't do this. MK, please, don't do this. Wait, MK, onto your left. There's someone coming.
How did I get over here?
No! Oh, my head! Little beam, stop hitting your head. You're gaining brain damage like me.
MK's doing the dark side work.
No! Get off of the stupid slide! Stop going down there. So close.
I'm so concentrated. This is what Leo was like doing.
No! Oh no, MK, don't do this. Oh, it just dropped.
No!
I saw someone fall.
It was me!
Oh, wait, I guess MK just finished.
Get off of the stupid slide! I don't want to be on the slide!
Shit.
I keep falling and running on that stupid slide.
Oh, kids made it!
No!
What do you mean no?
Oh, sorry. No, it's because I fell.
Kittens, how do you feel right now?
Yes!
Relieved, better than that freaking death run.
Yeah, let's go! I did it!
And Cantrick
Wait, how do you get past
Cantrick,
this
what's
part?
going
The
on?
scenery again.
Sir,
you get
sir,
hit?
Sir, you're not supposed to hide in
Wait,
the
can you
block.
not? Oh
This isn't
my
hide and
god. Oh
seek.
wait, you are totally. Yeah,
There
the
you
fear
go.
is.
No, he got
wait,
out, he got out.
Sometimes it doesn't.
Shit. No, I was doing really good.
I did it!
I was doing really good. I finally passed the tower.
Kimchi, if you didn't Goomba stomp me, I would have got a higher place.
Well, you know, sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do.
There's the code. MK, do you need to like change your skin again, or you're good?
It shouldn't be Goomba stomping your adopted child.
Let's see. Let's do...
You know, it's not my blood, so.
That one.
Cyber Circuit.
Yeah.
MK, are you good?
You would have done the same to me.
I would have.
Okay, you're good. Okay. Bobby Code ends up there. JUXNR.
Namu, I have a serious question for you.
Don't answer.
Damn.
Of the people in this VC, who do you think is the most talented?
So I'm out of
Damn.
the question because of brain damage.
God damn it, Lando.
That's a talent all in itself.
Oh, you know the facts actually.
Out of everyone here.
What is the metrics for talent though? Talented
yeah,
in?
like talent just can't be like anything at this point.
Oh, if we're not going by metrics.
Oh, are we going by the game? Like, is that what you meant? Because it's not me.
What is this? I didn't see this.
I don't know what this is either, but going for god damn it.
Ow.
Well, so it can't be the answer. I can say this could be Joe.
Origami.
Oh shit! Oh god damn it! I did not jump.
How's your check?
Can I not make it over there? Okay, I can't.
Ow.
Oh, shit. Oh my god! I keep messing up. I jumped. I'm not done that.
Oh fuck! I jumped. Why did I do that?
Oh yes, the grab.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna make this one.
Okay.
Hey, come back here. I want to give you a hug.
No. No. No touchy.
I can't, Rick.
That horrible moment when you miss time to jump and you watch yourself doing it.
Oh, Phil made it. The Hello Kitty made it.
I grabbed him and jumped over him like I vaulted him. I vaulted Squidward.
Rossi, did you see my win last time? You didn't see it, did you?
So whenever Ross is gone,
I know, I
you
only
have a-
win
yeah,
when
you have a
Ross
cho-
is
you had
gone.
a choice. You had a chance. Oh, I made it.
I don't have a choice any other way.
One more person has
Okay,
to
then
make it.
go. Yeah, it was 16 seconds. Oh yeah, everyone made it. This was pretty easy then.
That's not
Phil made it first. Yeah. The Hello Kitten wins.
No. Rossi didn't see it.
I don't care who won. I vaulted Squidward. That's enough for me. Literally vaulted him.
Alright, which one's next?
Let's do something that's like survival. Oh wait, actually I know. I know which one.
I'm gonna stop at 5 hours though.
Survival of the
Stop at 5 hours.
fittest.
Okay.
Yeah, because I have hella laundry on my bed right now that I have to fold.
No, I can actually grab sabotage. Let's go.
You know, if we all fold my clothes together, it'll go by way faster.
Yeah, just let me fly over there, you know, like 4-hour flight.
You have the tornado twister
Yes,
one.
yes.
I don't think I do.
We'll see who
I'll
can
take, I'll
fold
take
the
it again,
most.
MK, after this.
This one? Wait, what's
Oh wait,
this
is it,
one?
is it the one where you have to like the floor disappears below you?
Yes, but what is the snowball
Oh, we just have to watch
stuff?
out for the snowball and everything.
The floor is gonna disappear and the snowballs are gonna try and kill you.
Great, love it.
I'll definitely check if there's a tornado twister one. Hi, Joey. Oh no.
Oh, the ice disappears, but the green
my
one
God.
don't. Oh, okay.
Yeah, greens are solid. The snowballs are pretty fucking lethal though.
Oh shit.
Oh shit!
Oh, what?
See that.
I qualified! I'm built different!
You can play again?
I literally just got ran over by a snowball.
There's a
in my hand.
robot. Wait, Joe, link me to that. What the hell? Link me to that.
I just got snowballed into a snowball. I didn't stand a chance.
Namu
there's
Rasu
multiple
can join again.
rounds?
Yeah.
Crap.
The room code is JUXNR.
Oh
the
no.
rhino.
Oh no.
Mr. Rhino.
Oh, it's 3 rhinos! Oh.
Oh boy.
This can go fast. Let's watch Squidward.
Watch
Come here,
out, Kenny.
Squidward.
Oh, only
Come
two
here,
needs to be
Squidward.
eliminated.
Come here, Squidward!
Squidward looks. Oh, Squidward's back in the sea. Squidward's back in the sea, guys.
Lando, what did you do?
We were hugging.
he grabbed
That was
Squidward.
really quick.
We were hugging, and then a rhino came in and broke our hug.
I knew as they looked my way, they were coming. It was at this moment you knew.
We were screwed. I tried to break the hug. I tried to break the hug at the end, but she wouldn't let me go.
They didn't like us hugging. They're like, no, break apart.
Broke us up.
This one's like a jump rope one.
Oh, Namu's still in.
Who should we watch? Let's watch
Go Namu.
Namu.
The strawberry.
That's a strawberry?
Oh, and blueberries.
I think so. No, the one behind me. Oh, that's a strawberry. See? That's a blueberry.
It's strawberries and blueberries. They're checking the ingredients for a shake.
Oh my god, I can't.
Oh,
I can't.
jeez.
Oh, there we go.
Nice.
This is me a chance to get my charging cord, so I shall return. Hey, I got you.
Hello Kitty.
Oh, poor
I have to
Hello
turn
Kitty.
off my MacBook. Sorry, Namu, I can no longer mod.
Oh, not this one. I played this one.
So what's this?
There's bombs, and then there's like a bunch of tentacles that try and whip you off the platform.
I thought you said you never played this, Lando.
I said I played 4 times. This is one of the maps I got to play.
This looks very intricate.
It is.
Joe, are you playing?
I got with us, Joe.
That tentacle will smack the shit out of you.
Join with us.
Those are explosives.
Oh shit.
Don't give the tentacle a hug.
I mean,
the water rises, by the way.
Oh shit.
We got to get to the highest point.
I'm guessing
Must be nice for people who are already in the highest point. Or does it
That
change?
one of the highest points. The middle is the highest point. But you know, people can also just chuck
after this show,
explosives at
but thank you
you.
for a game. Hey, it's all good, Phil, and thank you so much for joining in with us. Had a really fun one.
Hello Kitty's leaving? No!
Oh, there's a bomb, Namu, there's a bomb!
We're gonna miss you, Phil. We're gonna miss you. Wanna head out? Thanks for the games. Hey, I got you, Joey.
Gosh darn it.
Oh, kittens, what happened?
She got launched.
By what?
Alright, final round. Namu versus I don't know who.
I think that's Karma. Yeah, it's Karma.
Made the fittest one win.
Let's see, what game?
Party.
Block Party. I don't know this one.
Avoid the moving walls and don't fall off the platform.
Yep.
Ooh. This looks hard.
That's because it is.
I'm back
to,
just
like,
in time for the
dive
finale.
or
Let's
something?
go. It's me versus Karma.
Wait, what?
What?
Wait,
Namu's
do I?
cheating.
What?
Namu's cheating, confirmed.
Report.
Okay.
Report. Hi, Sunshine. Welcome in. How are you doing?
We got it.
What have you been up to? Let me go ahead and.
Alright, I guess not.
I know, yeah, that was
Yeah,
on
that's
the
what it is.
saving.
Okay, yeah, let's do it. A quick tie. Now for oh, yeah, okay, yeah. This is definitely the finale.
His streamer name is Bikey Brown. So we named it Princess
boy.
Bikerella. But we summoned Anna with
Put your
this
bets
one.
in
And we
chat.
have another.
Oh no.
We have another Princess Dressy.
Oh god. That was beautiful. Love it. This is intense. Thank you for the heckin' shout out. I turned my fiance
shit.
into a princess. That's funny.
That sucks.
Oh, don't fall down, Namu.
Oh shit.
Oh my god, this is so intense. What are you guys doing?
You know.
This is where Namu chokes. Oh hell no, Krusty. Hey, yo, thank you so much for the donation to the charity, Phil.
Karma, I
Appreciate
see
it.
you.
And also, I'm almost gonna have to do a Bean
Oh,
Boozle
scary.
as well. Because for that donation.
I'm not there to sabotage you. I got this. Rossi said that.
Oh shit.
Karma, you're playing your own game?
Maybe.
Are you jumping to kill time?
Yes. Oh shit.
Wow. You're fine because
Because
nothing. Just don't watch my stream.
stream sniping. I should get
Yeah,
200. Hey, I
don't
really
stream
appreciate
snipe,
that,
please.
Phil.
How have the rounds been today so far? I've got 2
I'll
Ws.
definitely eat a Bean Boozle in your
I don't count the ones that
cause
we
of
qualify like
you
multiple for
donating.
win. I don't count those ones, so. But yeah. There's this really hard one that we were doing though. It's, what was it? The tower?
the death run.
No, oh, the death run. Okay, that one was super hard. Nice dubs, yeah. Yeah. Who's really good?
I can't scream.
Momo is really good. Momo was playing with us earlier.
Wait, what?
Huh?
Thing I played what earlier?
I said Momo.
Oh, Momo.
Yeah. When she was playing with us, she was
Yeah.
really good. Like speed running the whole thing, dude. I was like,
And she's
what the
gonna
heck?
she's gonna stream one day.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's exciting.
I have another IRL
What have
buddy
you been
as well.
up to, Sunshine, though? How I saw your crazy Dreamlight Valley streams. That was so insane. The shortcuts in some of these rounds as well. Yeah, I don't know what she was doing, but she hit every jump.
So I'm trying
Oh,
hard
so
to-
close, Karma.
No!
You're not fine, son. Hey, Krusty, listen. You're just wrong. It's okay to be wrong.
Okay.
Check out this next one. One sec.
All right. Thank you for joining with us,
Thanks
Cantor.
for playing.
That was good fun.
Yeah, if anyone
Glad-
would like to join in, the code is up there, and I'll also put the code in Kimchi's chat as well. We're just gonna do a couple more before Kimchi has to like back out.
Yeah, I think this one's gonna be my last one. This next one.
Okay.
That was a whole chaotic good mess. I was like, yeah, let's just stream all 90 hours? Dude, how'd you do that?
Wait, what?
That's crazy. Sincerely, Sunshine Cat did a Disney Dreamlight, the drops for Twitch. Drops.
We should let Kimchi choose the next one, the last
Oh,
one.
I'm okay. We can pick whatever.
I mean,
What's wrong? Well, usually you're right. Yeah, right.
Let's do something that we haven't. Let's do something that we haven't
yeah,
done
go
yet.
ahead, MK.
Right now, do that like tornado one that people were mentioning.
Oh
Like that,
yeah.
like, twist or
Which one
something.
was that? The tornado one.
Rossi's into, yeah. Nice.
All right. Tornado.
How was your PC, Sunshine? Was
Yeah,
it
I bet that
okay?
PC was- I bet
90
the PC
hours? Dude, what the heck?
It was like Twist or something, like Twister Hell or something like that.
Something
Tornado Trial. Oh god, that sounds crazy.
sure that's the one.
It was a trooper. I did the rest though. I did rest though, but it was a huge marathon. Yeah, no, that's crazy.
Do we know who
So
said
how many
it?
days straight? Like 5? 4?
Tornado Twister.
Let's
That's
see
what
who's
it
in
was.
right now.
It's
Kids,
Tornado
Karma, Rosu, Kimchi, MK, and Lando.
It's called Tornado Twister, not Moo.
We're doing
I was at
tornado
Tornado
Twister?
Trial, but I think we're doing this one.
That's fine. Yeah, we'll play this one.
You're not getting rewarded for this, are you? What do you mean getting rewarded?
Alright, let's do it then.
Getting rewarded? What?
I don't know. I don't know what's
I asked
Crusty
Google
saying.
to count the hours because I could not clock math. Dude, that's such a long time. Basically a 4-day stream. Namu, do a 4-day stream.
No, I am not gonna do a 4-day stream. Are you kidding me?
Why not?
That's
Sunshine
so
did it, so you can too.
Okay, you know what, Kimchi? You know what? If you do a 4-day stream, I'll do a 4-day stream. We'll just do something together.
A 4-day stream?
Yeah.
Can I sleep
I know,
the whole time?
I know you're gonna say no because I know you're gonna say no, which is fine for me because I'm definitely not gonna do a stream.
I'll just sleep the whole time.
Like tiers, so you get rewarded. Wait, actually,
They brought you into it, yeah.
I mean, we're just playing custom. Like, I don't care about like the tiers or stuff
Namu's crazy. He streams. He streams normally like 8 hours.
I'm just gonna wait until if anybody else wants to join.
I don't understand how.
Yeah, Chrissy, if you have the game, you're more than welcome to join in if you want. And
And then
someone from
sometimes
your
when he
chat
does
wants to
like
join in as
8
well.
hours already, he's like, well, might as well just do 12. I'm like, what the heck? Namu, what's the longest you've streamed?
The longest I stream?
Yeah.
Like 14 hours?
Jeez.
I think that was the longest that I've done.
I'm already at 5.
Hey,
yeah,
Antar-
5's like my
Antar-
max. I
Antari,
have
how's
to
it
tap
going?
out. The longest I think I've done was
You
an
have this game?
8-hour stream.
A friend of mine,
But I did take
Namu
like a
streamed
30 or
for 48 hours during the subathon that he did.
48? Are you crazy?
No.
That's too much.
40, I can never do a 48-hour stream. I know.
Yeah, the most I did was like 8 or
He did
5.
sleep during
Or
the
5.
stream?
8 or 9. I hear them, sorry.
He did
I hear the voices in my
Wait,
head.
on Tori, are you saying you've done a 39-hour stream before? Haven't gone that long.
We've got 8 minutes.
Yo, I can never go beyond like at least 14 hours. Like I can never do a 24.
You can. You just have to take a break in between, like an hour break or
Oh,
something.
and also let me give you a shout out for Antari.
You have to do like an hour break.
An hour of sleep.
2. I mean, it's doable.
I don't know if any of you guys watch this Twitch streamer, but his name's Ludwig, whatever.
Oh yeah, he's streams for hours.
His longest stream is 30 days.
How is that possible? Oh, I mean, like probably he's a big streamer, right?
He is really big.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. Then probably that's why. Cause I mean, like
if you don't,
yeah.
if you don't have a job, then you know.
right.
I
But,
mean,
you know,
he is a fucking millionaire.
does include
so...
a sleeping stream 24 nonstop.
Okay,
here's the thing. Like
yeah,
I don't
that's
think
way
my
too many days. I don't think I could handle that.
Yeah, neither could I. And also, I can
I'd have
never
to have
like.
two PCs.
No, my friend during the
2
48-hour
PCs.
stream, he had to split it up into like 3 different streams because his PC couldn't do that. He had to restart his PC a couple times.
Also, I kind of don't want people just to like watch me like
sleep. You could just aim the camera away. They just know you're sleeping. They won't see it.
I don't know.
You could just
Ninja
play
was
something
bigger
while
than
you're
him, I
sleeping.
thought. And I don't know about Ninja, but yeah.
Even if Namu did do this, we could find out if he talks in his sleep.
I actually sometimes, but not gonna lie, there are some moments that I actually did.
You gotta have the mic right next to you while you're sleeping.
No,
Yeah.
so I went to this, I went to Mexico with some friends, and then somehow like I slept talked, and I also like walked around as well.
What?
and somehow I my phone ended up in the.
I'll be popping off to like you went for breakfast, even though it's 4 p.m. Breakfast at 4 p.m. Perfectly fine. Enjoy the fall, guys. Always good to see you. It's good seeing you too, Sunshine. Thank you so much for stopping by.
I was
Enjoy
back in
your
my bed.
breakfast.
But then like when we woke up, I was like, shit, where's my phone? And we literally like took like a whole not the whole day, but like
They're trying to
at
make
least
me
the point
stream
where-
longer.
Yeah, like to the point where we actually like it was from morning to dinner time looking for my phone, and then somehow it just ended up in the refrigerator, and my friend goes like, dude, what the hell? I need to be restrained. I need to be restrained. Yeah.
In the fridge?
Yeah, I don't know what happened though. Like, and then what was it? Like my friend couldn't sleep because like he heard me sleep talking.
He tried.
And then I was walking around, and then from what he told me, when I went back to my bed, he was like, "Dude, are you okay?" And then he heard this from me. He heard like, something like that.
Oh my gosh.
But this was like way back then. I don't
No
know
more
about
story
now.
time. Play game.
I know, I'm hopping off.
Damn.
I hit my 5 hours.
Oh, did you? My
Final
bad.
game.
10 more hours?
No! I have so much laundry, dude. Oh my god. I'm purging my closet today.
So,
I
like,
can't.
after-
I have work tomorrow.
Yeah, she does. But yeah, Kimchi, I think I'm gonna switch into Outlast Trials after this. So, like, if you want to join the Outlast Trials, just let me know.
Yeah, I'll probably.
You know, we got.
later,
Oh hell yeah,
later.
dude! I'm down to like meet up with like good people out there, like yourself, for sure.
Meet
Doc,
up with people
what's-
like IRL, like step outside?
I know, right? Unheard of.
Oh god, what is this?
Navigate the obstacles to race to finish line.
Oh, Jesus!
I'm not fine. I mean, you're. I'm in the
Do
almost.
not take
Oh
his
really?
name in vain.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh my god. Wait, how do we like get across this?
You don't get across.
What the fuck?
You go this way. Crap. Messed up.
Oh, I see what we have to do. Okay. Oh shit.
Oh fuck. Yeah, I see it too.
The winds do not blow you fast enough. Like.
Ah shit.
Ah, damn it.
Whoa, you almost made it.
Wait, oh, I almost got stuck on it. I
Oh
was
my
almost
god.
landing on it.
For the first part, and your
Oh shit.
your back
I
should
got
not
smacked
fall
hella
the
hard.
second time.
This one's hard. How'd you guys get over there?
I have no
Go
clue how
ahead.
they did that.
Oh god,
Just get out the way real
please.
quick.
Oh wait, Mando, you idiot.
Oh shit.
You know Ninja is right.
That's both his votes.
Yeah, I mean I'm not a big fan of
Go,
Ninja.
Namu, go. You're
After-
holding up
after
the
hearing
line.
What
Ow.
he's
Hit.
Don't.
Ow. Oh, ow.
Oh, shit. Okay. I can't.
Oh
I got back to the
god.
point
I
where-
see
okay, so
where
I-
you are.
Yeah.
I got stuck on the fan. Oh, wait, I did it.
Oh shit.
I did it.
I shouldn't have jumped. I mean,
Okay,
dived.
you know what? Okay, jump.
I did
and
it.
up. Frick. Okay, never mind. Well, here I really like him. I mean, I just don't because I don't know. Well, first of all, his content is
Oh no!
nothing
Why did I
that
go?
I'm into, and second of all, like after seeing how he like treats people in like certain,
I did it.
certain
This
things,
is
like,
frustrating.
oh my god.
I'm so frustrated.
But if you like him,
This
that's
is the
that's
most
pretty cool. But me, I
frustrating.
just don't. It's the edge and the time to fan for the first part. Okay,
Oh, I did it.
I'm using. So I have to use the edge.
I can't
like,
see anything.
like edge. Oh my,
bro.
wait, why did I dive? Why did I do that?
Ow, that looked so painful.
You have to jump
use
at the
back
edge,
and
right?
dive.
When you get to the
Use your back and dive into the second part, just like
shit.
turn around fan.
Use your back.
What
you
MK is
saying?
trying to say here. I gotta use my back. Because there was a controversy or something about him. I don't know. He's gone through a lot of controversy. Can't just think of one right now because I'm just like trying to like focus on this game right now.
Yo, what the heck? I can't do it anymore. I'm done.
But then again, like that's what
Are we talking about controversy?
something like that, yeah. He's young, so he's especially I mean, no, I don't.
Oh shit! I just ran off.
I don't like stereotype with young people. If so, then I'm gonna say Lando is an asshole. Which he is.
Don't lie to people. Ow, you Goomba stomped me, dickhead.
There you go, see? But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of mega streamers. I recognize the challenge, but being part of a mega community, well, it's not much feeling. Plus, they also tend to be locked into one more FPS or car-based game. Yeah, like, I don't know. I can't really, like, focus myself into, like, one kind of genre. Zaphos in his 40s, and he's a professional asshole to streamers.
Oh,
yeah, he
God.
Is. And somehow we love him for it.
Love who?
I freaking love Zepho, man. Ballsy, Zepho, however you want to call him. Pretty much all the young people are a hole. I mean, so that's the same for like all the old people as well, and for that could be like anyone, even myself. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't think
Wait, I can't do this.
Ah! Didn't no one qualified yet?
No.
Me and Mr. Chicken over here. I don't know who this is.
Mr. Chicken.
Oh my god,
Chicken.
learn people's names, bro. Learn people's names.
Their name is Mr. Chicken. They got some nice pants on.
Why are you so obsessed with pants,
My grandpa's not an
Lando?
asshole, sir, Nabo. I didn't say your grandpa was an asshole. I'm just saying like anyone could be an asshole. Isn't all? He's just very experienced at life.
Alright, that was the worst last one ever.
But yeah, Profusion, how are you? Oh man, that was really tough.
Yeah, that was. Jeez. Alright, thanks
I
for
think
playing
that
with
was-
me, guys.
Yeah, that was Kimchi's last one. But I decided to like gonna turn my stream into Outlast Trials. So for those
Have fun
that
playing
just came in,
Outlast.
sorry about it, but I kind of want to like switch things up here a little bit. We should.
Bye. Shout out to Namu. That was fun. Hope you guys had a fun time as well. Yeah, that was long. That was long. I did not think we were gonna play Fall Guys for that long, but we did. And yeah, that was crazy. It's Hello Kitty. Hi, Hello Kitty. I'm gonna follow you. I followed you, Hello Kitty. And GG. That was fun. But yeah. We are just gonna chat a bit. Oh, I did so much freaking work at home. I cleaned so much. Dude, I cleaned so much yesterday. But you know when you clean and you make a mess because you cleaned so much? Like, I got rid of so many things and I moved a lot of things around and made more space because I figured I want to spend more time streaming more than crafting right now, which is kind of a big decision because I love crafting, but I don't have time for it. And when I craft, I kind of can't set a schedule because it's more like whatever comes to my brain, I end up making or doing, right? So sometimes that's something that has to happen right away. And that typically means that I would neglect other things like chores or socializing and stuff like that. But with streaming, I can at least be creative in a sense of like making my layout different or, I don't know, playing games, which I do love. And it saves my hand because I have a lot of wrist issues. It saves my hand a lot. Because crafting is very heavy on my hands and very painful. So, yeah. So I'm very thankful to have a Twitch channel and to have friends that support me and hang out with me. Because I think that's what I also missed from crafting. The craft community was always so great. There was some nasty sides to it too, but I remember holding events just for crafters or doing like mass giveaways where people would do like a theme. Like I did like a Animal Crossing giveaway when Animal Crossing New Horizons came out, and all of my craft friends made like just a huge giveaway. So everyone made their own like item and shipped it out, which that was so cool. That same year, no wait, I think it was the year before, we did a Secret Santa, and it basically consists of like, I think it was $50 or $75 worth of your craft product. So like everyone's prices are different, but let's say a phone case, right? That would be around $50 or 55, depending on whatever your shop is and the materials you use too, honestly. So we did a crafting Secret Santa, and that was so much fun. Just being able to, I don't know, we would get like a random gift. So I wanted to be part of it too. So we split the group in two. We also opened it up internationally, but we made sure that everyone was okay with it being international. We did a Google form, and it was like your information plus the stuff that you like the stuff that you're into, so that the crafter could tailor it towards that. And it was so good, guys. It was so freaking good. I loved it so much. And I miss doing stuff like that. But it's very specific. Like the stuff that I made was very specific. The stuff that other crafters made were very specific. So when we did a trade, we knew basically like what we were getting into for the most part. Because it was like resin crafts and phone cases. It's just so bad for my hands. If I could still craft, I would. I just can't. I also was a barista for a really long time, so that kind of just made it even worse for me. Yeah, but it is what it is. I do have to fold hella clothes. We should go find someone to raid. Let's go find someone to raid. Should we just raid Namu? We can raid Namu, or who else is streaming right now? I feel like I always raid Namu. Kira's also playing the Outlast Trials, so we might go ahead and raid Kira. I love the Outlast Trials. It's so good. I'll hang out there for another like 15-20 minutes or so. But yes. Thank you guys so much for being here. Let me go ahead and look at this activity feed. We'll run it back. Thank you for saying hello, Fatal Knight. Namu, thank you for redeeming Hydrate. Thank you for the stream. Thank you so much for being here. Amelia, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Haiku, for the Hydrate. Airhorns Ballsy, my one brain cell Ballsy, thank you so much for redeeming it. Hydration Station by Eric. Dun 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 by Ballsy. Oh god, this is a lot of talking. I need water. Karma, another hydration. And a stretch. Yes. Hydration, cookies, more hydration. You guys really wanted me to stay hydrated today, I swear. Thank you for resubscribing with Prime Haiku. That's so sweet. And summoning Kirby, Karma. Thank you so much, Karma, for subscribing. That's so sweet of you. You didn't have to do that. And following. I got a lot of channel redeems. I'm so glad you guys are liking it. I'm gonna skip these because that's a lot. Thank you for resubscribing, Rasu, for 13 months. That's so crazy. Thank you for following Rika, Annette. Thank you for following Adderall Addict, Ramraz. Sin, thank you so much for the raid. And Benji, thank you so much for always being the first one here all the time, every time. It's so good. It's so good to see you all the time. But yes, we're gonna go ahead and, I think, yeah, wait. Kira. Sorry, I can't see what I'm typing. I appreciate you guys. The next time I stream will be Friday. So I'll see you guys on Friday. I'll let you know if something comes up. Sometimes stuff just pops up very randomly. Hopefully we have a smooth time though. Alright? I'll see you guys. Enjoy your work week. Enjoy the rest of your day, your holiday, everything. I love you guys.